All right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Dane Miller. He's back again. Thank you for coming back out. The last episode you were on, as I bumble my words around because that's just what I do, was episode 261, and we kind of went through your background and history and training and all this other kind of stuff. I want to zero a little bit more in on the training aspect and talk about the athletes that you just had at the Olympics and so forth. So in other words, we don't have to go through your whole timeline.
Yeah.
Those that are interested in the timeline, it's episode 261. Go check it out. There's a lot of good stuff on there. You're a strength coach, owner, founder, master coach of Garage Strength. Worked with numerous Olympic athletes, pro athletes, high school athletes, every athlete, right?
I like that master coach.
Master coach, yes. Yeah. So I didn't know how else to kind of put that in there because it's all demographics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Which is interesting because you still got top tier, which are great to train, but maybe not so great for business. You know, where it's the lower tiers that are great for business, but sometimes not so great to train because it's so fundamentally basic with what you have to deal with. Where I want to jump off on is we have crew members, you know, private Discord members, YouTube members, kind of the same as what you do. And they ask questions. So I got a few questions. We'll just hit those as low-hanging fruit to knock those out. First, if anybody's interested in the crew, 2 ways to join. You can click the link in the bio or the description, or you can go through YouTube and just click join. So you end up to the same place with each option. Help support the podcast. With that, you get extra podcasts, you get ad-free podcast, and then if it's a full Discord member, you get programs, training, all kinds of stuff. I don't want to make it a sales pitch. I want to get to the questions, which kind of...
So they get a full program all in Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Full programs. It's not personal training. It's not online training. It would be like the ebook programs that you have.
Yeah.
I think we have like 50 ebooks, and then we do webinars every other month, which is part of that as well. Form checks, all kinds of stuff going on with that. So
okay.
It's just a good value.
I'm going to steal those ideas.
Yes. Let me think if there's anything else that we have on. I'll tell you the most popular things on there is the community aspect. And you probably know that just from any things that you've done before. The community and the form checks are way more popular than what I thought it was going to be, because you think it's just going to be like the main lifts, but it's all the lifts. The things that you would think would be the more popular, the webinars and ebooks and stuff like that we still put out ebooks. They're okay, but what I like about those is they're evergreen and they're easy to find.
Yeah.
Because when you're on Discord or any forum or stuff like that, you know how many times the same question
comes
just
up.
kind of like circulates.
Yeah.
But those things, the communities are the biggest thing. To be able to get a community that just kind of...
With feedback,
most definitely.
It's time to commit to becoming a freak. This Black Friday, train for 5 months on us. All you've got to do is head over to peakstrength.app and select the yearly subscription. Once you get into that yearly subscription, make sure that you use the code COMMIT2024. You're going to get 5 months off of that yearly subscription, and that's going to be a value of over $200. But wait, there's more. New trial participants are going to automatically be entered in to win a full year of free training. You need to act now. This deal is going to end December 2nd. All you have to do is click the link down in the description or head over to peakstrength.app to secure your spot. Peace.
So the first question I have here is, what is the biggest lesson, and you're going to have to narrow this down to one, that you've learned from Charles Poliquin?
Honestly, it's funny how prevalent I think bodybuilding, or how important bodybuilding is to sports performance. I think it's the most underrated part of sports performance, and in bodybuilding in the sense, not in the sense of you're going to go do like 3 sets of 30 on leg press this week, 4 sets of 30 next week, 5 sets, but more so in the sense of, I'll look at athletes and if I have, let's say, a football player or a thrower or a weightlifter, right? I'm going to look at like, all right, what are the tendencies of that sport with injury And then I'll look at what's the tendency with this individual based off of how they move and their mobility issues. And then the next thing is a lot of my like personalized programming is going to be based off of what their accessories are. And the accessories are where my bodybuilding theory, I guess, lives. And I think that for me personally, a lot of that came from, you know, when I trained with Dr. B with Bunderchuck, we didn't do any of that. And then when I left Dr. B and I started to work with Adam Nelson, who won the Olympics in 2004, Nelson was the one, he's a shot putter. Nelson was the one, you got to talk to Charles. You got to talk to Charles. And so then when I went and learned from that entire group, there was a bunch of guys there at the time, I started to get back into some of the stuff that my dad had me doing when I was, you know, in high school and with bodybuilding stuff. And I realized that a lot of the things that I did with Dr. B is unbelievably effective, but it's still, a lot of my system is still rooted in preventing and alleviating issues by using bodybuilding methods in accessories on a consistent basis, based on tendencies of the athlete, the sport, and injury prevention. And I want to just bring this up quick is like, I'm still buying, you know, I think the bodybuilding books from like the 80s and early 90s are the best training books. I think I don't care what anybody tells me. You could read Super Training 10 times and you're probably a dweeb and you don't have culture. And I can buy, you know, Dorian Yates's book that it's like Warriors Prevail or something. Yeah. It came out in like 1993, and I'll learn more and apply more from that book than any other super scientific thing.
Well, the interesting with those books is when you go back through those, you may see a movement that you forgot about. Yeah. That's the first thing. Mm-hmm. And then there's so many different intensification methods. Yeah. You know, drop sets, rip sets, you know, just for those that aren't following what we're saying. Right. And they're really hard to find all in one place. Yep. You know, I'm sure somebody has a list of all of them somewhere, but it would be a giant list. You get reminded of those too. Yeah. Because we're all going to kind of like fall into whatever normal habits are. We're going to increase the weight, or we're going to increase the reps, but then we don't think about the tempo. We don't think about rest pause. We don't think about all these other options. Exactly. Then you see them and it's like, now you get it. Right. Yeah. Which is interesting when you do this for a long time, because after you see it, not only do you get it, but you remember doing it. Mm-hmm. You remember doing it with other people. Yep. Remember having other people do it.
And the feeling of it.
The feeling of it. If it was trash or not trash, yep. You know, which is that reminder is a huge thing.
Well, I wanted to bring this up was when you were asking that, I was thinking, Poliquin talked about, I think it's called, the book is Positions of Flexion. There's two books. There's one from Robert Kennedy, and there's one from, I think the guy's name was Per Tesh, and it's called Target Bodybuilding. And when I was getting into like starting to really develop a lot of more elite athletes, I had gotten a guy to Rio in 2016, and then he started to have some shoulder issues because he's a discus thrower. And we were doing behind the neck jerks, and he's like, my shoulder hurts all the time. And I pulled out Positions of Flexion, this book. I think that's the name of it. I'm not positive, but they talk about end range, mid range, and like different ways to target specific points of a muscle. And one of them, they talked about like kneeling tricep extensions overhead. And I remember pairing like, and as an accessory, like, let's just try this for like 12 weeks, kneeling tricep extensions, no support. And then a cable, like a standing cable here with the elbow high. And we did this just as like a little goof around in the fall to see if that would help with his shoulder. And he's like, dude, I love this. I'm getting huge pump in my triceps. He felt like his bench was going up. His biceps were getting bigger. You know, so it's like stupid. But then his shoulder issues like slowly dwindled, and we were adding volume in the throws too, and throwing a 2.5K discus, which is heavier. And I think that those, and we do a lot of it with the weightlifters, I think those lessons are still rooted back to like Poliquin just saying like, and bringing up sort of like, I look at those as like levers. Those are tools and levers that you can use or pull at a specific time. And I think that bodybuilding is for me, one of those big ones.
Not that long ago, I had Dr. Dwayne Jackson on. We were speaking about training, and he works off, I'll probably screw this up, a biosocial physical model, right? So in essence, what he was saying, and I agree with this, and I'm sure you will as well, that if you have a pen model, in one of the circles, you got the physical attributes of training. The other circle, you have the biological, then you have the psychological. Then they're all pushed together, where those all come together would be the peak performance, right? So as you've come up as a coach, myself as well, and most other coaches, you're looking for mentors in each one of those domains. Yeah. The psychological, the physical, and then the biological. Who would be the coaches that you've looked up to for each one of those domains?
Ooh.
You get what I'm saying?
That's a good question.
Because the physical is also going to include any technical aspect, technical acuity, all those other things. The biological is going to be hormonal, sleep, all rest, recovery, stuff like that. The mental also includes, or the psychological not only includes what most people think about, but also how you are in society.
Yeah.
Your social groups and so forth.
Damn, that's a really good question. I think for me, physically, there's a researcher at Marquette right now. His name's Dr. Christoph Kipp, and I talk to him daily. And he's studied my throwers and some of my weightlifters. That's an interesting one, because when I trained with Dr. B, he would talk about how there's 3 types of athletes, and he would mention, maybe there's a 4th, but he's basically saying like there's 3 types of athletes that react physically to a specific stimulus. And I sort of took that, and when I started to roll with it as a coach, I started to notice that there's 3 levels of athletes that I thought were socially wired in a specific way. You've got like the kids that are quiet and just go and they just do what you want them to do, and they don't question it. And then you have the kids, and we talked about this on last episode on 261, but the other thing is, then you have athletes that are like a little bit more like they don't handle their stress well. They'll tell you all their life problems. And then you got the kids that are meatheads. And I don't know about a specific individual per se outside of Dr. B with that model that has helped me dial in the social aspect. I've read a couple books on mindset and on psychological approach and things along those lines. I honestly, probably one of the coaches that I coach with in weightlifting, there's a guy named Brian Seacrest, and he's like a weightlifting coach down in Florida that he'll help me when we talk about mindset. He has like a really good approach to it, because he also works with a lot of world-class athletes and then high school lifters. He's not super known on social. He doesn't really do anything, but he's good. He's really good. Hormonal stuff.
Which is biological in general, because genetics are going to play a role into that.
Yeah.
Anything that falls into there.
Honestly, there's a guy that I use a lot. His name's the Mobility Doc, and his name's Dr. John Giacalone, and he's not as much into like the hormonal aspect, but he's into like, this genetically is how this individual moves. This individual has tightness here, and this is how they move. And I think that for me, I know this isn't like a flashy answer, but those are 3 people. Christoph Kipp is the big one right now for me. And then Brian with the mentality. And then John with the actual, like, this is that organism that you're dealing with, that you're trying to get a stimulus, or that you're trying to get an adaptation from. And this might be some limiting factors to their adaptation. Yeah. And I think that helps quite a bit, because he'll even ask, going back to John, the mobility doc, is like, he'll say, how much are they sleeping? Are they doing their mobility? What are they eating? Because that can impact how they're squatting, or that can impact how their knees feel, or that can impact how their quality of sleep and things like that. So
yeah,
I was even going to say, dude, I like listening to other podcasts and seeing, like, some of your podcasts. I'll listen to these guys, and I'm just like sitting there taking notes and monitoring that. I think that's important.
Yeah, I believe so, because you have, and it kind of goes in phases, but right now we're in this weird phase of the science-based, then bro-based, and all this other stuff. But we all know you can learn from everybody.
Yeah.
So you bring them all out, because just because somebody may be that bro-based, or forget the bro-based and just say it's a very successful competitive athlete, right? That's been coached most of their life.
Yeah.
Right? They still know, if they've been doing this 15 years, inherently what works and what doesn't work.
Right.
You just got to help them pull it out. They know how to regulate. They know the importance of all these different things. You just got to help them see how they're personally either regulating their own training or communicating with their coach to help regulate their own training.
Yeah.
They all know that, but they can't speak it in this scientific type way.
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot to learn from them. There's a lot to learn from the science. There's a lot to learn from everybody in between. And then when you can bring out specialists in each one of those domains as well, there's a lot to learn from them, where I don't think I ever had a time where I was quick to dismiss them because, oh, it's just like a lab coat guy who doesn't know what he's saying. Like, he knows what he's saying, but he may not know how to apply it to what we're going to try to apply it to.
Right.
But I'm going to listen.
Yeah.
Because there might be something there. Now, you don't need to listen to every word, because when they start going down these holes that, are too confusing or you don't really understand, it's like, okay, check out, check back in when it's something. It's kind of like when I was in college, right?
Yeah.
Most of the classes like, this sucks. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Pay attention here.
One thing with Kip, the professor, he actually, when I was just in the bathroom, he texted me a chart he made of Jaime, my one girl. She's Olympic bronze medalist, world champion, and her vertical jump versus her ground reaction force on a throw. And so he sends me this, and he's like, yo, this is pretty interesting how much force she can develop on a counter movement. It's 3 times body weight. It's really high. But so this is like super scientific stuff. But then at the same time, I've actually talked with him. And I'm in the throwing world. You're fortunate where, like, before the Olympic finals this year in the discus, I spent probably 45 minutes talking to Ryan Krauser, who's the greatest shot putter to ever walk the planet. And I just picked his brain in the weight room before the final in the discus about what he was doing in training. And I had said something to Christoph about that. And I was asking Christoph some of these questions, and he was like, well, what would Krauser say? And I think that's like when you see a researcher who's willing to defer to the bro guy. Not Krauser's not a bro guy, but that helps. And I also think the biggest error that coaches make too is mentality and the social aspect. I think the most important people to learn from are your athletes, in the sense of, like, if I give this person a cue, how are they responding to that cue? I've got a girl right now that is in 7th grade, and I just told her dad, I think she can be an Olympic champion. And I struggled with it. She's 12 years old. Should I tell them this? Like, she's the freakiest athlete I've ever seen, ever. Mm-hmm. And I struggled for like the last 4 weeks. I had conversations with my wife about this, but using her as an example, I'm not going to give her a hype up, in your face, swear word derived talk before she's about to hit a big lift, because one, she's not wired mentally that way. She's a very calm and I'll just do this. Whereas another athlete who is wired that way and feeds off a high energy and high aggression, I will give that to them. And is that learning that from a professor or another coach, or is that learning that from how your athletes actually respond to you? I think it's important to recognize that you probably should just pay attention to how your athletes are responding as well. Yeah. So psychologically.
Well, I think something that you said in that answer was kind of gold as well, that I forget the names, but he asked you what Ryan Krauser?
Yeah.
What would he say?
Yeah.
Right? That's very interesting, right? Because if you're thinking through a question or you're thinking through a problem, but then you ask yourself, what would somebody else say?
Yeah.
That's got different context than what you do. A, it's going to be humbling, but B, it's going to have you look at a situation from a different context.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, because I don't think most people would take the time to actually think that through.
No.
Or in this case, not know how to answer because they didn't listen. When they were having that conversation in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and even thinking through that, I mean, that's a really good point, because it's like when I mean, in this case, I hold Christoph so high, and then when he said that, I was like, I wanted you to just give me the answer. Just give me the. But then you start to think, what would Krauser think? And I don't really know the guy that well. I know him well enough. I've met him and talked with him, and actually sat next to him during the final when one of his guys won the Olympics. But like, I don't know him. But then thinking through how I think I know him made it like, oh, well, this is just a good thought experiment. Yeah. If nothing else.
Now, the next crew question here, as I'm reading through this, I can kind of already know what's going to go through your head, but it is, where did it go here? How to approach athletes that struggle getting under or full clean or full snatch due to strength or technical imbalances, which is already an assumption that may not need to be made.
Yeah.
For myself, I think it's a quad and bracing deficit. That means it's difficult to, I'm not going to continue the question, because this type of question will come in an array of thousands of different contexts to where your answer is probably going to be the same no matter how we fill in these blanks.
Get more reps. I think like I'm on this obsession right now of quantifying training to benchmark points in an athlete's career. Meaning like, you get a kid, and this is like my favorite bragging point, the starting running back right now at Penn State, Nick Singleton, he's probably going to be late first round, early second round pick. Hopefully has 19 touchdowns against Ohio State, and we finally beat Ohio State. But Nick in high school, so he started with me in 6th grade, cleaned 160 in high school. So that's 350 plus pounds, right? Weighing like 210, 215. And so I use those benchmarks as, okay, this is to become like, not that you have to do that, because not everybody uses cleans or snatches like we do. But if you're in this system of training, this is a benchmark to get you to be Power 5. If you work towards that, you get close to it. The likelihood of you being a Power 5 guy go up in that position. Now, where I'm going with this, related to this question, is dialing in the number of repetitions it took him to go from 6th grade to 12th grade to hit these numbers. It took years and years and years of reps. Now, are those reps partial, and that's a whole nother, how are we discussing volume? But at the basis of just getting a clean, doing a clean or a hang clean or whatever, variation power clean. The biggest thing, and we could use Nick as an example, because he's got really long legs. So he was probably quad deficient in this case, but it took him 2,000, 3,000 reps just to get up to 275 to 300. Now, fortunately for him, and he had a good support system from his family, is that he could come to the gym and get those thousands of reps by the time he was 14, 15 years old. So that then when COVID hit, he could just keep going out into the gym in his garage and just clean all the time, because he was doing nothing for like 10 weeks. So he could get more reps. So I look at it as like, you might be quad deficient, maybe you have long legs. So front squat every day for 2 years and see what happens. Do something like that, The other thing is like getting comfortable in that front rack position, cleaning, front squatting. They're hard things to do. They're really, a front squat for someone who has longer legs and doesn't like to back squat. Front squat's just ungodly challenging and uncomfortable. So like, to go back to that question, I would say increase your front squat volume, increase your clean volume, go from different positions. Oftentimes athletes feel a hang clean better when they first start to get cleans into their program. So they'll feel the eccentric, and then they feel better with the hips extending. They have like a little bit more rhythm. So then when they establish that rhythm, then that can lead to better timing and sequencing later when they go off of a box or off of the floor or whatever it is that they're doing. But I think the big thing would be, it goes back to the number of reps. And if you can just get thousands and thousands and thousands of reps in with a clean It's going to improve your quad deficiency. It's going to improve how you're racking the clean because the timing improves. I think too often we get nuance is amazing. Nuance is fun and nuance is great. And it's important to training, but also like, dude, just do the work. That's really important too. And that's what the reps.
Yeah.
It's just doing work.
Yeah. I have some questions down later getting into total reps to bench, or I think squat 405, or it was one of the Instagram posts. So we'll get into that later. But I'm going to go off script here because you mentioned Penn State. And well, I don't follow college football like a freak does. You know, I follow Ohio State and I follow Michigan because I'm fans of both. Okay. I know it's odd. It's weird. Until they play each other, then I'm going to go with, Ohio State. But I was involved in a conversation a couple of weeks ago because they were speaking about how the Big 10, right? The Big 20 or Big 18, the travel, to get to and from games. So with Penn State, how many away games do they really have? Because one of the things I was told was take a school like Ohio State and some of these other ones, they basically got a 10-minute bus ride to their own airport to be able to leave. Yep. Where Penn State's got like an hour and a half bus ride, just to get to the airport, which is more draining. Yeah. Especially if they're going to Oregon or UCLA or something like that.
They were just there, yeah.
Right. So first off, is that true? Right. Because this is just like gym talk conversation. Do they have that extra time just to get to the airport?
Yeah. It's funny you bring that up because I actually, when I have a pretty good connection to football at Penn State. We've got, I want to say 6 guys on the team right now that trained with us in high school. Relative to it, we have a kid who's the starting linebacker at Pitt. Pitt, if they travel, Pittsburgh's a bigger airport, so it can fly anywhere. They don't really they still charter, but like they wouldn't really have to.
That was the other part too. They got to go from one airport to the other airport.
Right. So in the sense of Penn State, I said, when are they leaving for USC? And when are you guys planning on leaving? And it was like, oh, we're going to try and get out there Thursday afternoon. And I was like, dude, I would, and Piros Dimas always said this when we would figure out travel for weightlifting to these world championships, he would say there's a time change issue, and the time change, you should either get there like within 24 hours of competing basically, or you try and get there very far in advance, like 4 or 5 days. Even more if it's a longer time change. In the case of the USC game, I personally was like, I think they should be out there like Tuesday afternoon because they're going to be sluggish, even though it's going to be noon. It would be 3 o'clock on the East Coast. It'll be noon for them. They're going to start off sluggish. It's going to be a sluggish game. First half, dude, they were getting curbed by USC. Like they were down like 3 scores at one point. And it's like, those things have to be considered. And legitimately, once you see the second half, that's when they like woke up and they came back. They go into OT and then they win in OT. And it's like, that possibly, I'm not saying that it is the reason, but it possibly could have been alleviated.
Oh, it's a factor.
Yeah. There's a guy at Harvard. Gosh, what the hell?
Because at that time change goes the other direction too. So it's later.
Yeah. And yes, 100%. And the other thing is, okay, so there's this guy, Steven, so he started this app called Time Shifter. When he first started the app, I had been reading all of he has a book called like The Basics of Sleep or Introduction to Sleep. And he talks about how Major League Baseball teams, there's so many stats on this, traveling west, the winning percentage is like 35% versus traveling east. So when they come back for an East Coast team, it's ungodly. It's very statistically significant. And so we would ignore that. And in Penn State's case, when they came into the Big Ten, they were the first East team for a while, from 92 until Rutgers came in Maryland. I don't even know why they're in the Big Ten. They're just horrible universities. But anyway,
Big 18.
Yeah. So now you see, with these teams even further out west, honestly, I think 4 or 5 days is reasonable for them to get out there, because if you're going to spend the money as that university, and we see the money involved now, especially with NILs, we know it's basically minor league football, but minor league football is more valuable probably than the NHL. Why aren't you spending a little bit extra money to get them out there so that you know that you're putting absolutely everything in place for them to perform at their highest level? I think it's something in that case. I would agree with what what you were saying.
Something I didn't know about the NIL until recently either. It probably was the same conversation that I was in. I didn't know that the institutions can actually pay the athletes.
Yeah, they're trying to create like a base salaries, 45K a year, you're guaranteed. And then if you have an agent, they can bring in more cash for you based off of your power.
That can change things significantly, because a lot of these universities, I don't want to say they're poor, but I'll say that they're cash poor. Right. So in a way, Ohio State, Penn State may be cash poor because all this revenue has to go to all the other sports and all the other stuff. Now you take a school like Harvard with billions in endowments,
and they could kill it.
Or Texas. With all this endowment money, this can flip the script substantially just because of that one factor.
And that's the other thing, is that a lot of the schools now are trying to establish like someone is going to be in charge of the all NIL like section. And then this is the wrestling section in the Big Ten. Wrestling's huge with NILs right now. This is the basketball section. This is football. This is all the other sports nobody cares about. Like, that's what they're trying to do. And a lot of them are doing it. And schools like Penn State aren't doing the best that they can do. Ohio State's pretty good with it. So it's funny because it's interesting. A lot of people were concerned that, and mid-majors are going to fall off, and they're going to basically become the FCS, like the Division I AA schools. There's going to be like one AA, mid-majors, and then the Power 4, Power 3, maybe even. At least that's what I think is happening. It's going to happen over the next 10 years. But what's interesting with the NIL is that you're seeing like this. We thought there was going to be this huge competitive disparity, but then we're seeing teams beating teams. Like, honestly, right now there's not really, no one really knows who could win the NCAA title in football right now. There's like 15 teams that could win it. And I actually think it might be doing the opposite of what we thought.
Isn't that usually the case with about everything?
Well, yeah, of course. Because it's like we're separating the group, and maybe it's only top 30 teams are really going to be able to be viable to win the NCAA title in football, let's say. But then with that being said, those teams, they're all within this very slim margin. And I think that's where, knowing that they're all within that very slim margin, look at the Big Ten. You got Oregon, you got Ohio State, you got Penn State, you got Indiana now. The slim margin could have been, if Penn State would have went out a day earlier, they would have beat USC by 3 scores. Now they almost lose that game. They can't afford that slim margin. They need to magnify every single thing that they can. That's it's going to
be interesting to watch now with the time change. And you had, what was it, 5 people in Paris?
Yeah. Yep.
And was that 6 hours?
Yeah. It might be 7.
5 or 6
or 7. Yeah.
It might be 7 because it's more
a little bit further east.
How soon did you guys go out?
Okay, so we went out. We were there July 25th. July 25th. Opening ceremonies was the 26th or 7th. We were there 2 days before opening ceremony. So for us, our first competition was August 3rd. So we were there pretty decent. And my guy that competed on August 3rd was already in Europe. And I honestly believe that Europe is the hardest transition time-wise that myself and my athletes deal with. Because if you fly to Japan or, let's say the Far East like that, the other side of the world, you're dealing with such long travel that, for us, we fly to Tokyo from Newark, and it's a 15-hour flight, 14 and a half hour flight direct in there. You get there and you're so tired, and you're getting there at a time that you basically can be awake for like 5 hours, and you're so exhausted that you go to sleep for like 12 straight hours. And you might have one day where you wake up in the middle of the night, but then you're still so tired that you get adapted within like 2.5 days. Whereas Europe is one of those that if you don't do it well the first 2 days, you're going to be off for like a week. And I have a couple tricks I use for myself, but we were there early enough, but even still my discus thrower that I he throws for Samoa. He was struggling the first couple of days. So we only trained one day out of the first 4 days that we were there. The other day was also when the opening ceremonies was. So that was also a long day. But we were in a decent spot in that regard.
So how do you mitigate it? And your athletes may not be able to because of.
Okay. So what I'll do is, I'll and this is actually something I learned from Piros Dimas, who's a 3-time Olympic champ, 4-time Olympic medalist. And we were in Greece, ironically. And I was like, dude, I'm so exhausted. And this is what I do now is like when I get somewhere. So let's say you fly overnight to Europe, you fly overnight. I can't sleep on planes. Usually I might get like an hour max. I usually get there and I'll try to get outside immediately. And then I'll try to have a coffee around like 2:00, a huge coffee to try and hold me to get to like 6:30. If I can get to 6:30, I can get to 9. And then, and then at 9, I'm done. So, and the funny thing is at 6:30, if I'm dragging, dude, I'll rip a huge cigar. Cause I know that when I have that tobacco, and that's what I learned from Dimas. And I used to drink very heavily and smoke a lot, and I don't do anything anymore. But I still will smoke a cigar because it'll get me wired for like an hour and a half to 2 hours. That then when I come down, I can get to bed and I'm good. If I'm not outside and if I don't get the coffee and if I don't get that cigar in, I'm sleeping. And when you get there, dude, you sleep for 5 hours, and then that's when you wake up and you're like, what time is it? I don't even know where I'm at, and it's 3 PM, and then you go to bed at like 11, and then you wake up again at 1, and you're just totally fucked.
How did you mitigate it when you came back?
Dude,
I just spent a month ago. I was in England, Portugal, France, Spain, and then coming back.
Where were you in Spain?
Portugal.
Well,
No, Spain. I got to think through because we were on a cruise, so they were different.
Oh,
stuff,
okay. So. I was in Leon, Spain about a month ago. That's why.
It was not Leon. It will come to me in a minute. But coming back, fucked me up. I mean, for like 3 days, I'm like awake and at work at 2 AM. And I'm like, what am I going to do? But I got a ton of shit done. Yeah. But then come 4, for me, it was harder coming back.
People have said that, and I don't know what it is. I think because it might be the travel for me, because I can fly direct to Philly or Newark. So then I usually land, let's say if I leave, like using the Spain example, because I was in Sweden, Brussels or Belgium, and then Spain. And then I came home that was the last, there was a Diamond League final for track and field. So when I came back, we left it early in the morning. So like, let's say 10 was my flight, and it was about a 6.5, 7 hour flight direct into Philly. I landed in Philly at like 2:30. My mom picked me up, and then I drove back. So that first day is long for me, but I've never had terrible issues around staying up long enough on the way home. And I also think for me, this is a funny thing, is like I do track my HRV, and I'll notice for about 3 to 4 days, my HRV will plummet. Even when I feel okay, it'll be down on those time changes. And then as soon as it gets back to around my normal range, which is like 95 to 100, I immediately notice like I just genuinely feel better, but it's not like it's debilitating for me when I come home. I don't know. And I don't know why. I've never really struggled with that much.
It kicked my ass. It got to a point where Tom Shepard's out here after like the second day. Part of me is also thinking this is kind of working really well for me. Yeah. Because I'm getting a lot of shit done. A whole lot of shit done.
Maybe I should make my whole schedule like this.
And he asked me if I was taking magnesium, and I was. And it's like, no, you need 3 times the dose, like 750 milligrams. And then the melatonin was ridiculous, like 10 grams or some shit, whatever it was. Boom. Then I was fine.
So that I would, I mag glycinate, or I mean, that's what I have used, about 800 milligrams, and then zinc 60 to 90. I'm trying to think off the top of my head outside of that. I've struggled with melatonin myself, but I know a lot of people like it.
Yeah. I've never taken it in that dose.
Okay.
Right. So whatever the milligrams were, it was 10 times what I would normally take.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, fuck it. Nothing else is working.
See if that helps.
And in full transparency, this is also 3 days after. It may have just already, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you might have already been back on the cycle.
I might have already been on it.
Yeah.
With your athletes that you had competing there, how long were you working with them before the Olympics?
Anywhere from 9 years to 3 was the shortest. So I have an Irish shot putter, and he lives in Leesport, or Pennsylvania, where I'm at. He'd been training with me for 3.5 years. I have, ironically, I actually have 2 Nigerian discus throwers, and one lives in Michigan. She works for Ford, and then we've been working together for about 6 years. Another one had trained with me. She was at Princeton during COVID, and Princeton shut down for like a year. So she trained with us in 20, and then went back to school. So then she graduated from Princeton, went to UNC for her master's, and then came back to me 2 years ago. So she was probably the shortest, around 3 years. And then the other, Alex, the Samoan guy, I've been working with since 2015, and Sam, the American, since 2015.
So from a broad overview, how are you looking at the periodization leading into the Olympics? Is this a quadrennial you're looking at, or are you approaching it? Because there's World Games too, right?
Yeah.
So how do you approach that long-term periodization model?
It's tough because when COVID happened, so in track and field, it goes every other year's a Worlds.
Yeah.
They don't go every year. But then when COVID happened, it was 21 Olympics, 22 Worlds, 23 Worlds, 24 Olympics, 25 Worlds. So it changed where it was every single year was a major competition. So the thing with someone like, if we look at the Nigerians and the Irish, everybody outside the US, they're at smaller countries where you need to make sure that they're hitting the standard and they're in shape. And so we can really go, okay, for this year, this is the 2 larger blocks that we're going to work through. And the second block, the second 20 weeks is where we're going to be really dialed in the last 6 to 8 weeks so that they're hitting repetitive big time throws. And it's easier to plan them because they basically have to hit a big throw and then hold form and prove out to the IOC or prove out to World Athletics that they deserve a spot to get in. None of them were really in a position where they would not get that spot. They were all top 32 in the world. So when you get top 32, you get invited. So for them, it was pretty simple. It's like, okay, this is the phases that we're going to do in the fall, high volume, try to get your major lifts up. Then this is how we're going to tinker with your implement choices, like heavy or light. And then we're going to base the results in the fall. That's going to guide us for what we're going to do in the spring. And then in the spring, that's going to really dial in what we're going to do when we're trying to peak in Paris, barring injuries and whatnot. And the other thing is ages. Some of them, the one Nigerian girl is 24, 25. So she's never really competed. She's competed at one world championship. So for her, it was like, she's a freak and we just got to make sure mentally she's in it when we're at the Olympics. The other athletes, it was, one of them is pretty old, the Samoan now. He's 32, almost 33. So it's like mitigating injury. Now with the American, it's like way more strategic to get him to peak at the Olympic trials, because if he doesn't throw well at the Olympic trials, he doesn't make the team. And last year he had testicular cancer, so he didn't train for like 16 weeks. He's had like weird injuries since then. He's getting older. He just turned, he's not that old, he's 30. So we have a couple things that we have to deal with, but also like there's the Diamond League where you can make money, and actually not that you're going to get super rich, but you can make more money than a typical professional thrower would. So the hard part this year with him was managing him wanting to go to these Diamond Leagues to make money versus getting quality training in, versus managing some of the things that might be an issue still. He has a groin issue, and I don't know if it's related to his testicular issue, but maybe, I don't know. So for him, it was dialing him in to be able to go into the trials and just rip a bomb and make sure he makes the team.
Yeah.
And then sort of like to a point ride fumes into Paris. So it's a little bit different with each.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because with the different age blocks, you know, there's the physical abilities are going to change, right? And actually the technical abilities are probably going to change too, right? Because they're going to get better, but there's always this point of diminishing returns with that. And I think it's, in a way, if we're to look at this from a financial perspective, like the goal would be able to die with $0. Right. That would be the goal, which means there's going to be certain phases where you want to accumulate, you know, as much of the wealth that you can, but it's not going to do you any good to die with $1 million in the bank. Right. So there's going to be certain phases to where you want to actually use the revenue that you generated for experiences or whatever that you're going to remember, you know, from there. So if you look at that from an athlete and their full potential, it's going to kind of be that same way, where the younger person is going to be able to throttle down harder. You know, because of all that, because they can, and they can recover, and they're going to basically accumulate, recover, manage fatigue better. Then as they get older, that begins to diminish to where their ability to compete more frequently may drops
off,
which would bring up the question of that I'm sure you're asked, we get asked with powerlifting all the time. Should that first group of people compete more frequently? My answer is well, yes, you know, because that's the experience. You're not going to be able to do it when you get to your absolute best, unless you're a freak and get there really young. When you're at your absolute best, you've already accumulated all this fatigue, and it's not going to do. That's where those leagues become dicey. When you're older.
100%. Unless you are the best of all time.
I would still say it's dicey though.
Yeah, because you're still going to see a diminishment because of travel. You're right. And when you were saying that, I was thinking about Sam, the American discus thrower. And like the other thing is too, is he's 6'1". Most discus guys are.
Well, Butch Reynolds will be an example, right? Because when he was coming to Westside, it was post whatever his drug issues were, and it was going into
88. I think it was probably going into 92.
See, I was going into 92. Right. And one of the things that Louis discussed with him is, you know, we'll help you get stronger and all this other stuff. But after the trials, are you going to go run for money? And the money's to be made. I understand both sides of that whole thing. And because if you do that, you're going to pull away from the training. Right. And with frequent hamstring tears and you pull away from the training, what do you know? It's just
going to, you're going to exacerbate.
I think it was the second trial, hamstring tear. You know, I'm not saying that's related. It can be due to a lot of different things, but
the likelihood is higher.
Yes. So, and at that stage of his career, you know, was it the Olympics that mattered the more or the money? It's a tough one, man, because they've come up through that system too. Right. So it's part of their normal process.
Well, and that's where also the funding from the NGB from the United States, in this case with Sam specifically, comes into question, because you're like, the USATF can just pull from the pool of throwers that we can pull from. It's pretty substantial, and you don't really have to fund that many kids because they're coming up through the NCAA, and you're basically milking the NCAA system. And in Sam's case, it was like, he's got, you know, I was thinking about the financial discussion, and it's like, basically you have to leave the trials knowing that you've extinguished 80% of your potential, and we've got about 20% to run on, which then leads to him in Paris. I did a huge warm up. He was in good shape. He got 14th. He should have made the final. He should have been top 10. He was 7th or 8th in Tokyo. But in this case, it's like he was fatigued. And then you get, when you're fatigued in a technical sport, just weird things happen on a daily basis. Like, yo, what are you doing in the middle of the circle? You just started to like rip with your left shoulder early. You've never done that. And it's like, you almost lose coordination when you're so fatigued going, you know, because he was sort of running off fumes, because he's not the greatest of all time coming out of the United States. And I think that, when you think through, now compare him to Obi, the girl who's 24 and she's a freak, but she's never really done anything on the international level. It's a different ball game, and you have to manage the personalities too as a coach, and like the time of training and who's training with who at what time, and all that bullshit that you just, dude, at the Olympics, when you're doing all that stuff, 90% of it is more administrative than anything.
Really? How so?
In the sense that like the US has their own training site. You have to go over to the US training site. It's called the HPC. You go there, you go train with Sam and that. And then I would have to Uber to another site to go with the other group of, of Samoans and Nigerians. And then they're in discus. And then I have a shot putter who has to train at another time because of the facilities. And then one of them misses the bus. One of them showed up late to the dining commons to eat. And it's like, guys, this is all shit that we should be taking care of. We're professionals. But when you're at the Olympics, there's just so much shit going on that it's like you want to engage with the experience, but you also want the experience to be like, yo, let's just get a medal and just worry about the experience afterwards. But it's hard to tell people that when they may never be back, So post Olympics, where do they fall in this training block now? Okay. So,
because as you said, there's what, Worlds coming?
Yeah. And then this is the interesting factor is that Worlds next year is back and it's in Tokyo, but it's not till the end of September. And so two of them didn't start training until this week, actually. The Samoan guy who's older, 33, he still is not training because he's dealing with a pec issue and a knee issue. He just had knee surgery. So he's still laid up. But the thing is we've got 11 months. So there's not there's not a big need here. Sam wanted to train right away. He's the American. So he was training immediately because he didn't perform well. Also knowing that ironically, he's in Japan right now. He was going to have time of travel for family reunion. So he was going to take some time off, currently. The Irish shot putter just started training 2 weeks ago. And then I just got 2 more world level athletes. I have a guy from Colombia. He's actually coming in for a training block. So it's sort of like they're in the beginnings of their accumulation now, of where like, now we're starting to screw around. Like 3 weeks, they'll start doing cluster sets and shit like that in training. So with accumulation, define that for the listeners a little bit. So when you're talking an accumulation block. Okay. So that would look like, in their case, they're only lifting 3 days. Well, they'll do a leg lift, they'll do an upper body lift, and then they do, like a jumps day. On the leg lift, let's say during an accumulation phase, we might do, if squats are the priority, they might only do like 3 doubles or 3 triples of like a 2-box power snatch. So the load will be pretty light, but I just want them to use that to move something quick. Then we might do 10 sets of doubles on back squat with, like in this case with myo reps, 30 seconds rest. And they'll do this at, let's say, and this is after about 4 to 6 weeks of training. So they're in decent shape, getting back in decent shape. And then the myo reps will be implemented on and off every other week for 8 weeks. So they would do that 1 week, and then they have their accessories. The next week we would prioritize some type of snatch variation, and then we would go much more at a lower intensity on the back squat. So let's say in this case, instead of doing like a cluster set, they might do like 3 sets of 4 at 70%, something easy. And then the next week they would go back and push the shit out of those myo reps. That happens for 8 weeks during bench. I wanted to ask you this question. I don't know. So we'll do a lot of behind the neck push presses, a lot of behind the neck jerks. This is the time of year where like we build up, and then around January, February, we try to get some of our guys to like behind the neck jerk, like 500 pounds, like crazy shit. And I've been playing around with an on and off. So a dynamic week of bench, and that's when they'll push their push press. Okay, so they'll do a push press, and then they'll do like lighter speed stuff on the bench. The other week, we'll back off the push press. So we might just do like 3 sets of 4 low intensity, just to something simple. And I this is where my question, I wanted to ask you if you ever heard of the 3-7 method. Explain it to me. I'll let you know. Okay, so you do 3 reps, 15 seconds rest, 4, 15 rest, 5, and up to 7. Then you rest for 150 seconds, and then you do it again, and you start at 70% intensity. So this is from Werner Gunther's coach, and actually going back to your one question about the physical, Christoph Kipp sent me this paper, and he was like, yo, you should try this. So that's what we're doing currently in this accumulation is like, okay, this week we do 3-7. Next week we do dynamic, like speed bench. Next week, 3-7.
Now, when they get to the 7, is the force output, is it close to what the first set was?
So they'll go, one set would be 3 reps, 4 reps, 5 reps, 6 reps, 7 reps.
With the 15 seconds.
Yep.
So what I'm asking is on that set, right? When they're doing the 7s, is the force, how far off is the force output of those 7s compared to when they start?
I mean, they're hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Yeah.
Speed of the bar would be lower.
Sure.
Yeah. But I would say, so this is where I would say during this accumulation point, I don't care as much in that point.
No, but I'm interested to know if over that whole block, if that force output gets better.
Oh yeah. Over the,
over that set.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't know.
I mean, well, you will
figure it out.
You'll figure it out because you'll visually be able to see it.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing is like, they were all bitching about it the first time we did it.
Well, wait, is the 70% staying the same for the whole time?
The whole way through.
All right.
Yeah. So they didn't even finish our one shot putter, who's one of my best Americans. And he's like a guy that, he's like this, I'd call him like a journeyman shot putter. Like if you ever, I don't know if you follow boxing or anything in the past, but I relate him to Mickey Ward of boxing, who had all these great fights with Arturo Gatti back in like the mid 2000s. And his name's Taman. He's that scrappy kid he's going to have his day. It'll happen because it's just not, he just works so hard, but, and dials things in. But he's just not as talented, but it's coming. He's thrown really well this past year, and I think he's about to explode. But he did it his first day, and he's like, I got to 6. I got the set of 6, and I only got 5, and then on the back one, the second one, I only, because they go through the cycle twice. I got to 5, and then I died. This is stupid. But it's like, yo, give it 8 weeks.
Yeah.
By the end of the 8 weeks, they're going to be smacking this, and I think like that's my priority right now, while I also periodize what we do in the circle. So we're doing, like, I periodize the way the week is laid out in the circle, plus what we do in the gym. And then that, you know, going back to the weekly split, we've got that, I call it athlete day. Athlete day, they'll clean a little bit heavier, but then everything else is plyometric based. And we're just doing like more hops based, lower intensity jumps and stuff like that.
Now, with the example of that athlete you're speaking about, the first thing that came to my mind is this is somebody that longevity matters a lot.
Yep.
Right. Because if he doesn't have the physical attributes,
he needs to be in it longer than everybody else.
He has to outlast
It's a war
people.
of attrition.
Well, it's a different type of, you're going to train them differently, right? Because they'll run their head through a wall to do anything.
Yep.
But if you don't train them differently, they're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
They're going to get backed up. Where you give them that additional quadrennial, then there you go.
They can make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where I think that's an important
and that's
point
where
for all athletes.
That's 100% accurate. Because I think if you look at using Sam, the other American discus thrower, he's this guy who he's so durable in the sense that like he wants to lift heavy all the time. He actually got mad because I was like, yo, I don't, you're 30 now. We don't need to do this. And he's like, no, I want to add in an extra day. And I'm like, why are we doing 4 days of lift? Like he wants the 4th day. And he's a very gifted athlete and he can handle that volume and he likes it. And like his mentality is like, it makes him feel like he's doing the needed work. So, and actually this other girl, the Olympic bronze medalist, so she actually can't represent a country yet. She defected from Cuba and she trains with the group and she got 3rd at the Diamond League. She didn't get to go to Paris, but she probably, by all accounts, would have been a medalist this year as well. she's very similar to Sam. She can do anything and she's successful, but she's this top tier, probably the freakiest athlete I've ever worked with outside of this 12-year-old, which just sounds so ridiculous. But going back to Taman, he can't, Sam could clean 190 kilos twice a week and front squat X and bench, 500 for doubles every other day. Taman would see 160 on one day on the clean and be like, dude, this is too heavy. Like, because he's not as talented in the twitch, but he does have what I would refer to for wrestling is like that mat strength, where the kid might not be the best in the weight room, but on the mat, he can manipulate people really well. He has mat strength. Taman has that version of throwing strength, circle strength, whatever you want to call it. Applied strength, if you're a functional guru. And I think that it's like managing him very slowly during these phases now to make sure that he can get to a point to ideally hit PRs that we need him to hit in the weight room, to then have that correlate to what he's doing without getting him hurt.
Well, what you're talking about is managing that psychological aspect that we're talking about.
Yep.
And if they're in the same environment, how do you do that? Because there's always going to be the comparison, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And especially because his roommate is the Irish shot putter. So they live together in that. It can get weird in the sense of Taman. I don't even know if I should be using their names, but they would know if they're watching this. So fuck them. He's pretty good at recognizing he's all that matters to him and his training. But at the same time, when he sees the other shot putter, or he sees, now the thing with Sam is that Sam just is the guy that just does what he wants to do. Not in a negative sense. Like, it's more so though, there is a competitive edge between Taman and the other shot putter. And even to a point where there's another American shot putter who's moving into the group. And when I told them who it was, they were like, when's he coming here? Like, and that's where it's like trying to be clear with everybody that they are the only person that matters in their training, and they should not be worrying about other people's training. And that also is a skill that will apply to their competitive edge, is that then when they're in competition, they only need to worry about themselves. They don't need to worry about, because in the US, especially in the shot, you've got Ryan Krauser, who could be breaking a world record, Joe Kovacs, who's one of the strongest humans that has ever existed, and he's screaming. And you've got so many freaks in the shot that you won't survive if you're thinking about all these other guys. So I do think it's a skill that in training, by managing that and making sure that I also try to control the weights that's on the bar. I try to specify ahead of time so that some of them have that governor on them.
Do they have quantifiable metrics?
Yeah. For
themselves to be able to know that they're moving in the direction they need to move?
Yeah. Essentially all of them. I take a blueprint. And this is one great part about throwing, is that it's such a tight knit world that, and with social media, you can see what other guys are doing. And also when you spend enough time, like at Diamond Leagues, at the Olympics, at the World Championships, when the comps are over, everybody's going out partying, so you get to talk to these other throwers and get to find out their numbers and their distances and implements and stuff. And then you can, like, I have my phone's behind me, but I have on my phone, like, if we're out partying, I'm literally taking notes when I'm asking the other throwers, what are they throwing? How many implements, how many throws a week, blah, blah, blah. And that helps me in the sense of, one, I just want to know what they're doing, but two, I can then almost take that and say, okay, this is Sam's deficiency. This is where we see him in testing. This is where we see him in technique. This is where, when we tested, this is the blueprint we want him to work towards. And these are the quantifiable needs that we need to improve to get him to these numbers, which then should correlate to a specific throw. And when you look at an athlete and you say, okay, Sam's this type of athlete, he can fulfill these levels, or these columns to this level. Taman's movement pattern is going to be much more circle related, where it's like, yo, we need you to throw the 20, 19 plus meters. We need, and right now that's, mid 18. So we can see then, okay, based off of where your squat was, or based off of where your bench was, or based off of where your, let's use a clean, based off of where those numbers were, this is what you threw. And when they went up, this is what you threw. So we need them to go up this much to get that number with the 20 pounder versus the 18 versus the 16.
Yeah.
And so then they each have a chart that they know they need to fulfill if they want to throw a specific distance.
So the training is a constant process of trying to find those indicators that are going to have the dynamic correspondence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And on top of that, we're even looking at, I try to quantify number of drills versus, so then there's a type of throw called a range throw versus smash mode throws where you're just throwing as hard as possible. I try to quantify those throws into, like, you take 250 smash mode throws, you're going to get like 60 centimeters on your throw. But the problem is, if we're smash mode throwing every single day, you're going to get hurt. So then you look at like drill, throw, like a 4 drill to a 1. It might be 1,000 reps where you get 20 centimeters on your throw. But we need to do that, one, to improve technique and to make sure that we're not exposing you to that injury rate. And then the range throws would be like, okay, here's a specific distance. We need you to land in this distance with this implement 25 times to create technical stability. And that is another form of, okay, if we can take 250 to 300 of these range throws with this implement, we should get around 40 to 80 centimeters. And if we can quantify this throughout the year, this is when all of these things should fall in place. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it can help them quantify mentally then, I need to prioritize these 3 areas in the throw, these areas in the weights, and then they need to prioritize recovery to make sure that they can continue through.
And how much does that help them to avoid that comparison?
It helps a lot, because then it's like, all right, well, somebody like Taman doesn't, now he's bench 500 raw, like he's strong, clearly strong, but he's a bitch with cleans. He caught 400 pounds, and he's just like he's probably like the guy that posed that question. He caught 400, stood up like halfway, and then dumps it. And to me, I actually think there's like a mental grind that sometimes he puts on himself. He's like, the fine line of being injured is here, and I'll push it to here. He only pushes it to like here.
Okay.
And I think like the benefit of those, of everyone having their formulas and their distances, is that it keeps it more so about themselves than, and that's the other thing with throwing, is like, it is such an individual sport. It's, it's not like wrestling where they're in the room banging heads going toe to toe all the time. So that helps.
Well, with the throws, what you're kind of illustrating is everybody will understand the periodization and how to kind of work with the big lifts.
Yeah.
Here's how many reps you should be able to get at 70%, 60%, 80%, 90%, so forth.
Yep.
With the throws, that's the same type of, or if it's sprints as well, it's the same type of thing that's going to kind of fall into that.
Yep.
Like, there is training that has to happen in these different intensity zones. Yeah. Where some strength coaches just kind of throw that out the window with everything that's not in the weight room.
Yeah. They pretend it doesn't exist.
Yes.
And I think this is, so I think the way I set up training is I do undulate with my programming, and it might be 3 weeks of this versus 3 weeks of this. Or 2 weeks, 1 week. And then I can see when we do something in the weight room that we undulate with either intensity or volume. In the simplest sense, I think about a rep over 60%, I count at the elite level. Even if we're doing, a partial rep, it doesn't matter to me. I'm still just counting it in its simplest sense. And it enables me to see when they're throwing better or worse based off their training, not off of what they think. And I also think like how you just described that, like reps at. And that's the thing with the range throws. It's similar to, like, to me, the range throws would be like a power lifter doing 5 sets of 5, simple thing at 75, 80%. Yeah. You're just creating the stable movement pattern over and over and over and over again. And that's a huge part of a technical movement. And it's similar. It's something in the endurance world that you would call, like, that would be maybe threshold work. So how fast can you run for an hour and a half without having any fatigue, without having any degradation in your pace? That's the same concept as that 5x5, 80% analogy as the range throws. And I think, like, when that's how I like to compare everything in programming, because then it makes me, then if I do read a book on running, I can compare it to throwing, and I can compare it to football or wrestling, and it helps me with those levers.
Now, to throw some nuance into your volume and how you track that, what are you going to do with a movement like chin-ups or Nordic hamstring curls or split squats for some?
Yeah.
Right? Because that, it's not 60%.
Yeah.
It's body weight, but for some,
it's hard.
That was one of the questions I posed to Mel Siff a long time ago. It's like, when you're tracking this total volume, how do you track like a glute ham raise to somebody that?
What would he say?
To look at what their max set is, so if it's a set of 10, then base the percentages off that. So if you want it 70%ish, they're just going to do multiple sets of 7, or something like that. But a chin up becomes a little more harder, different, because it might be 3s.
Yep.
Then you got to find a way to regress it.
Yeah.
The more interesting one that I asked dealt with box jumps, right? Because I can get that, like you jump to a max box, right? If it's a power lifter, there's your 100%.
Yep.
Then you can break it down based upon the percents of what that's going to be.
Yeah.
And his reply to that was, that's all great, but how are they getting down? You know what I'm saying? Because if they're jumping down, now they're doing a depth jump, right? Yep. So it kind of plays into that.
Yeah.
So it's a question I like to ask other people, because now when you're dealing with some of the athletes that you're dealing with, they can probably, chin-ups are not a big deal.
Yeah, they can rip them.
But push-ups are not a big deal.
Yeah.
Other ones, maybe some of the throwers, that are heavier, that might become more of a big deal.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering how you kind of balance that in.
I think about it as, and this goes back to that Polycon question. The first question is, I think about it like, you've got a movement like a clean or a snatch or a jerk or a bench or a squat. And I know they're slightly different, but you have those movements. In my mind, those are that's like primary volume.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
you have the bodybuilding stuff. So I would lump chin-ups in there for a thrower. Back work that we do, a lot of rows, a lot of pull-ups, neutral grip. We do a lot of neutral grip pull-ups. That would be secondary volume. The priority is like always managing this. And if we have this laid out, and I would put Nordics in there even, if a problem arises or a projection doesn't occur, you can look at the secondary volume. And that's where it's like, all right, well, dude's doing, 4 sets of 5 Nordics. He's slaughtered. Of course, he's 315 pounds. Of course, and he's got short legs. So of course he's going to be, his hamstrings are going to be destroyed. He can't snatch now because he can't finish. So I don't necessarily care about it until a problem comes up, which is probably not the best. And maybe I should change.
No, I get what you're saying, because it's, you're going to cycle your circle work.
Yeah.
In its own way. Then the primary movements are going to cycle in their own way. Then the secondary movements are going to cycle in whatever way is necessary to keep those other two moving in the way they need to move.
Yes. But when you just described it, and I was thinking through this as a contradiction to myself, and this is where I see a weak point right now. And I'm going to go home and try and think through this a little deeper instead of figuring this out right now on the podcast. Yeah. I try to peak, let's say August 1st is nationals this year for track. And if we're trying to peak there, and I'm basing my decisions, because a lot of times when we are peaking, we remove accessories. But if I'm not removing accessories in my other points of the year, and I'm seeing a trend in performance in the circle, or as for my weightlifters in the weight room, or it's so different for me with field sports. So wrestling and football, I don't really consider. I think it's a different beast. If I'm testing them and I'm basing their peak program on a year-to-year basis around these 3 periods of where we're looking at their development, but I don't remove accessories that much, and then I do that when we go to peak, I have a little concern currently in my head that could have a negative impact on their performance, because sometimes athletes like a little more tension when they go into a peak. And if my conclusions are based off of something else, a different situation. Do you follow what I'm saying?
No, I kind of get what you're saying, because it's those accessories or supplemental blocks that we're talking about are typically going to be prescribed based upon whatever the weak points are, because when you're dealing with exercises in those blocks, you can't necessarily find correspondence to what you're trying to get the carryover for.
Yeah.
The throws and so forth.
Yeah.
So those are really kind of in there to be able to build the lifts that have that correspondence.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So if they're in there for that, then you pull them out, you're going to see the super compensation just because you pulled them out. They're going to be able to have that because of that. Where I think this happens with powerlifters a lot, to where sometimes they may have to pull those out just due to time restraints or an injury or whatever it is. And then they realize after a few weeks, holy shit, I'm way stronger. But then what they don't understand is they indirectly just peak themselves without knowing that.
Yeah.
Because you're removing some of the workload, while not substantial, but you're still removing some of that workload, which would decrease a little bit of their on your fear side. What can that decrease a little bit of their work capacity, which may be needed?
Yeah.
Which would have more impact on like the field sports and stuff like that than it would say on throws.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So when looked at that way, I don't know if intermediately pulling them out would really make that much difference.
Long term, yeah.
Long term, pulling them out as you're moving into other blocks. You have to pull them out because those other blocks are going to be increasing in volume. Yeah. Right. So there's only so much volume somebody can recover from. I like to use the analogy of like a video game. You got the little power meter. Yeah. Right. But you also have lives and you also have levels. Right. So the goal, is to not let that power meter. So if it's a training day and you're starting at 100%, which normally you're never going to do, but if you're starting at 100% and it starts to tick down, say after the first block of movements, those heavier blocks, if you go from that 80%, now you're at 40%, you only got 40% left for all the rest. Yeah. But if that first block of training is grinding, right, for whatever reason, bad day, poor recovery, heavier loads they're just not really accustomed to, and now they only got 20% left, but you don't adjust in that bottom, then you're going to have that systemic fatigue.
And it's going to carry over quicker, yeah.
Which is going to build up, that's when that ability of the coach to be able to regulate the training just on what you see. Yeah. And I'm sure you've had this. Yeah. There's certain things that have to be done. Then after they're done, you're like, dude,
you're done.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Then other ones, is they smoked it. It's like, okay, cool. You may not necessarily add more stuff, but you may coach them harder to push harder on those other things to be able to push them up, because they're the most expendable.
Well, that's even where I think there's a point in the year where you I guess the most expendable, yeah, but also like there's a point in the year where I'm like, we need to push harder and harder and harder now.
Yeah, right now. Yeah. Where they are now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Probably until February. Mm-hmm. There's an indoor national championship for track, for shot put, not for discus.
Well, see, that's the tricky part, because then they have to understand their performance may be somewhat compromised, but in the long term,
it's better.
And this is how periodization is supposed to work.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're pretty good with that, because even the magnitude of the world of track and field, people care about indoor nationals. They care about it, but the magnitude is nowhere near the outdoor world championship. So like, they are pretty good at seeing like, this is sort of like the experiment for the year. We're going to see how you perform here with this like semi-tapered scenario, and then that's going to set us up for outdoors. So they do a pretty good job with that.
I want to jump down to one of the deloads.
Okay.
right? Because you had a post about
Dude,
the
that
deload.
post got so many people.
Well, that's what I did. I went through the ones that had the most comments, right?
Yeah.
And I got a funny story about one of them too, but that was one of them. But we kind of are on topic here because we're speaking about programming and periodization and so forth. So the deloads has always been a weird concept for me because isn't that programmed in?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so it's the context is always lacking with that.
Yeah, fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if it's West Side and it's the dynamic work and it's, 60%, 65%, 70% over a 3-week wait, but then it goes back to 60%. Well, what the fuck is the 60%?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why that always kind of threw me for a loop when people would ask about deloads, because I'm like, inherently, shouldn't that kind of be built into the program?
Yeah.
So how do you see that concept? Then how do you see the concept? How do you see the context of the question when we're being asked about it?
I think okay. So I need to think through. First, context, I think, is the most enjoyable thing to remove from social media because it immediately creates
buzz.
Discussion. And it's like you see things like I interviewed Joel Seedman, and he said about, I'm like looking at the exercises, and he has the Falcons kicker who's good kicker, and he works with him. And he was like, he posted a video of him, like 2 days before. It was on a Friday. They got a game Sunday, and this is what he does in season. And I asked him about it then on the discussion. I was like, dude, what are you really doing this in season? And he's like, well, I mean, we'll do it in season, but I posted that on a Friday. But really that was a workout we did on a Monday when he didn't have, and he had a bye the next week.
Mm-hmm.
But you see it and you're immediately like, but you don't have the context. And I think like that's the most enjoyable thing about social media, about even YouTube, is like you can remove all context and it creates this spark of like, oh, what? Really? And then you have people who take things literally so frequently. And in this case, I think so with the deload, I was talking about the deload discussion was on a research paper that recently came out. And what they did is they took a group that trained, let's say it was 16 weeks and they didn't take a deload. And then the group that they trained for 7 weeks, and then they took a week completely off, and then they trained for another 7 weeks, and then they measured everything. And the group that took that week off, the performance was worse. It was not, and it was statistically significant. It was like, yeah, this isn't good. Now, with context, I think it's important. Like, I don't think anyone is saying to take a full week off from training unless you're hurt or something or sick or whatever. So that's one thing to bring up. The next thing to bring up is I've always been a proponent of, with my younger athletes, the time a deload happens is when they go on the holiday vacation, when the kid's mom or dad are like, oh, you got a cold, you're too sick to go in and train. When they maybe in season, they have a big competition, or football team, they've got a big game coming up. So we might only lift on Monday instead of Monday and Wednesdays, things like that. That's when deloads are built in for sure. 100%. Like, I'm not ever telling an athlete to like, hey, we're only going, 30% intensity and volume this week. Like, that's never happening. And this goes back to the discussion on how I laid out, like 1 week we might be pushing our guys in their back squat, and then the next week we're pushing them on the platform lift, and then the next, and like, to me, that is the deload that we're talking about. And I think that the nuance behind it, I think there's a lot of people who struggle. I think the best strength coaches can be super dynamic with situations, and the worst ones are where they have to follow the rules constantly. And that's where I think a lot of people that struggle with the deload concept, maybe they think there should be a more specified, like, deload definition, but I think it just comes back to like the actual system of programming. I even think when you shift into a new program, if you're getting new exercises that you've never done, or if you're at the end of the previous program, you've done 4 or 5 weeks of the same movements, like you're pretty familiar with it. Your body can adapt really quickly because it knows what those movements are. So that's almost in itself a form of a deload, because you're so familiar with that movement, your body's not going to have a struggle to recover because it's not as confused by it. Like, not to use bro talk, but
well, it's just the phasic structure of the movements that you're going to put in.
Yeah.
Right. Because if you're putting new movements in and you're going to run that movement for 6 or 8 weeks, you're not going to be doing RPE of 10, on week 1, because you're not going to be able to make it all the way to the end.
Exactly.
So when I hear it, the context I normally see the question come from is, why need to take a week off after every 4 weeks? Right. And then with that, I'll kind of go back to, okay, there's the week off for Thanksgiving, there's the week off for Christmas, there's a vacation. You're already taken, if we had the opportunity to look at a whole past year of training, you're already taken 5 weeks off.
Yep.
So why isn't the training just built around
those,
those 5 weeks?
Yeah.
Then that takes care of that, because if those are going to happen anyhow, but then every 4th week you're going to throw another one in.
Yeah.
Then, and that's the context I normally see it in. The application where I normally see it applied successfully is the training. It may be changing the movements like you're talking about, which would inherently change the load, because you're going to be stronger, say, with one bar than another bar, or one movement than with another movement. So it drops that. Or it could be going from a back squat to a belt squat, then back to the belt squat. But the training is still happening. The stimulus is still happening.
Yeah.
There's a reduction of the overall load that I'll see in there.
Yeah.
Or in other words, sometimes people will pull accessories or whatever it's going to be. So with the deload thing, that's how I typically see it applied. Different coaches will have different ways to apply it. For instance, with Israel's hypertrophy app, what he'll like to do is, after each mesocycle for 6 weeks or whatever it's going to be, it's 50% for basically the same reps.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say, is that I remember Poliquin saying you drop 30% and then the intensity stays the exact same.
Yeah.
So you're saying Israel's 50% drop off the exact same. That, to me, that's like an appeasement probably to the general population.
Yeah, it is. It's a hypertrophy app. The volume's really high.
I think in that regards, like that, I mean, that goes back to the context of everything too, right? Is like, in my case, okay, so the deload for elite, like world-class athletes, like, the deload's more so going to be right after they're done competing. They might just not train for a month. I think for a lot of normal people, I think they don't realize how easy it is to just train constantly. And actually, what's funny is I got this guy, Nick Arrhenius, he's a throws coach at BYU, and he's been training with me since 16. He's thrown 60 meters for like 22 years. He's 43. And I asked him this week, because he's like, I need a new program. I'm like, dude, you haven't taken off in a while. He's like, Dane, we haven't taken a true time period off since 2017. And he's like, I think that's actually one of the best parts, is that I don't want to have more than 5 days of not training at all because of the age I'm at, because it takes so long for him to come back. And I think a lot of people neglect that aspect. And then they also neglect that, dude, if I have a kid who's 12 to 17 years old, do you think they need a deload? They have zero stress in life. They're a teenager. They don't need a freaking deload. Get out of here. They don't even, they just need to train. They just need to get the reps in. And so if you're taking deloads all the time, you're taking a week off, this goes back to that rep formula. Yeah. It's the easiest way, and this is a little off track of this, but the best thing for us as a business at our on-site gym is look, these are the formulas. This is based off of 18 years of training athletes in 12 different sports. The more time you take off, the less reps that you're going to get. And if your kid's getting less reps, he's not going to achieve this right here. So you're the mom and dad. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Well, here's an example of that is for a male weighing 185 to 205, we know it will take 5,200 reps to squat 405.
Yeah. And that's a give or take a little.
Yeah. Of course.
That's the Twitter post of me, the super dramatic image of the black and white, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So what's funny is that
the angry face.
That was a great post. It did really well. So again, what I like about that is it's simple to follow, and you get DMs from athletes all the time, like, Dane, I like to use ratios too, even of, what do you need to back squat to run a fast 40? Not that they're like, there's a long route to have that correlate. But if you're doing your sprints and you're doing your work, like you can look at it and be like, dude, if you're back squatting 1 times body weight, like let's say I weigh 250 and I'm only back squatting 250, I'm probably going to be pretty damn slow. But if I'm back squatting 450 to 500 and I'm doing my sprints, I'm probably going to be pretty damn fast, as long as you have some genetic capability. And I think in that post, actually, so I actually posted the follow-up post today to that, is that a couple people had asked questions around it. And it's like, in the simplest sense, if I can provide that for an athlete who's 13 years old, it makes it easier for them to commit to that long term. It makes it easier for the parent. And it also is something that we track in the gym. So now all of a sudden it's like, this is the blueprint. And yes, some kids are going to get there a lot faster and some kids are going to get there a lot slower, but it enables you to buy in even deeper to the entire process. Because if you're not buying into like, you just need to do reps, like you just need to get into the gym and train. Now, all of a sudden you can tell, let's say I tell somebody it's 2000 reps. One, it's not accurate, but two, then when they get to 2000 reps and they're only back squatting 300, they don't even have any value in you as a coach. They're like, well, really? I'm not even close to this number. So I think I like to try and quantify those specific movements that we use, like a bench, and then,
well, the bench I got here too. It's 6 months.
That was probably for 500
for 315.
Okay, yeah,
for the free. But going back to the squat though, because I want to stick on that, because there's two sides of that spectrum, right? There's going to be a point of diminishing returns.
Yep.
That's always
to the 40.
Yes, to the 40 or whatever. So with any athlete, up to a certain point, 500-600 pound squat or whatever it is,
yeah,
then there's some coaches, that will say, well, it should be 800, and
which
to what expense?
Yeah.
And that's kind of been a debate that's been ongoing for decades.
First
off, there's very few people that are ever going to get in that situation.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of that is how much is enough, and that shouldn't be the only metric that you're actually tracking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that goes back to the most important thing that we've done is think through. Okay. So we call them sport depths, and I think we talked about them, but I don't remember. We look at a sport and we say, this is a sport. Let's look at powerlifting, weightlifting, throwing. They're pretty there's no open skilled. They do the same thing over and over again. Okay. Then you go sport depth 2. Now we're looking at a running back, a linebacker. They need endurance. They need speed. But they don't need a lot of endurance. They just really need speed. So locomotion. Sport depth 3, we call combat. So now we're looking at wrestling. We're looking at, you have an opponent that you have to physically move, but you have to do it over a time frame. So there's endurance, there's strength, there's everything. It's really hard to understand. Then you have sport depth 4. That's going to be like lacrosse, soccer, more endurance based. Speed is beneficiary, but they have more endurance. Soccer players run 5 to 7 miles a game. And then sport depth 5 would be triathlons, marathoners, swimmers that are long distance swimmers. And we look at the assessment and we say, okay, in this case, a 500-pound back squat is going to help a weightlifter. It's going to help a thrower up to a certain point. There's a very clear, in my opinion, it's clear, point of diminishing returns on these lifts. But the lifts and the exercises, the assessments that we're using would be, in our system, a clean, a back squat, a vertical jump, a broad jump, something like bench press. In a sport depth 2, that assessment would be a shuttle, maybe a 40, along with maybe a single leg squat. We see a really high correlation with single leg squats to vertical jump on our testing. So the assessments are where those numbers are rooted in for each sport depth. And having a swimmer or having a triathlete back squat 600 pounds would be, you wouldn't train any of them. Like no one would, they'd be, well, that's stupid. They just need to be healthy. You know, whereas a shot putter should do that. And I think that's how I think through assessments. And then I think through those benchmarks, and the benchmarks provide us that point of diminishing returns. Like, dude, if you're going to become a professional football player, we have a decent understanding position wise where you need to be based off of our past professional football players.
So how would you advise coaches to develop benchmarks based upon whatever sport that they're working with the athletes on?
Okay. So I think the most important thing is, one, is there an opponent in the sport? So if I'm an O lineman, I have an opponent coming at me, we make contact around 0.4 seconds. It's his force and it's my force making contact. And then when you make that contact, okay, so that's the first thing. I won't go too deep on that one. It's just having an opponent that provides a large amount of resistance means at its root, you've got to have max strength. You have to be freaking strong. And then you have to be explosive. So you go, okay, I think in its simplest sense, training is 4 things. It's strength in absolute strength, max strength, whatever you want to call it. It's explosiveness, it's speed, and it's endurance. It's 4 things. It's nothing else. In the gym, in the weight or in the field, it's a different, there's technique and stuff, but there's 4 qualities and that is it. And you look at those qualities and you say, okay, this guy's making contact with somebody in resistance. He needs to be strong. Okay, well, he also needs to have endurance. Okay, so how do we figure that out? And that's where, so I'm the strength coach for South Dakota State's wrestling team. I can look at it and I can look at our tests and I can look at them and go, they need to run a 5K. They need to get on the assault bike for 7 minutes and we can see what their endurance is like. And then we need to test them in a single leg squat, a clean, and a back squat, bench press, pull-ups. Those are the assessments. That's going to be different. So now we're hitting each of those 4 because they need to be explosive. They need to be strong. They have to have endurance. They don't need speed in the sense of locomotion. They need speed in the sense of transient speed, like on the mat, speed is different than running.
Yeah.
So you look at those 4 key characteristics and then you compare it across it and you say, okay, for a soccer player, if they're running 5 to 7 miles a game, I'm not saying they need to run 5 to 7 miles in training. I'm saying that they need to be capable of doing that while doing like 90 to 95% of their top speed. So they should do more speed endurance work. They should still be doing lifting work because that's going to help them with their top end speed. It's going to help with injuries, things like that. But they don't need to bench press. Maybe they bench press a little bit here and there. They do pull-ups here and there, but do they need to bench press more than 250?
Yeah. Well, one of the other things that you said earlier when you were in Paris, you're talking to other coaches and other athletes to see where their benchmarks are.
Yeah.
Right. And then that can help guide
it's so easy
coaches as well.
Yeah.
Like how much do these athletes X, Y, and Z?
Yeah.
And what do they do?
Yeah.
Right. And then at least it provides that fundamental starting place.
100%.
Plus you have resources that can help them
figure that
all out. Now, the one post that you made tricked me. I got to put that out there, right? Because it was athletes should not be deadlifting. I'm like, what the hell is this? Right?
Hell yes. I love it.
And then I watched the video and I see exactly where you're coming from. But this is another point of contention when it comes to the athletes and so forth. And
I've changed on this a little bit too.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think, okay, so there's a couple of things. First off,
it was a stupid video, by the way. And it wasn't you. It was not you. It was somebody else.
That's funny. I think we used the video from Joe Rogan, the guy that was
no, this was
or we have used that one.
They should not be having people deadlift. This group.
Yeah, so that group, I try not to get triggered by people as much as possible. Like I've gotten over Joel Seedman. I've gotten over things that bother me. This group recently was talking trash on Sydney McLaughlin's training. And first of all, she was doing this training for a photo shoot and they're like breaking it down. And then second of all, I'm like, this would be like running your mouth on like Michael Jordan's shooting skill. Like she's literally the greatest track 400-meter hurtler by a very large degree. What makes you think you could do this? And and they convince people. And I view myself as a martyr in a sense of like, I want to prevent people from engaging with them because, this is where I feel like Lane Norton to a point, because he attacks people like that so much. And I don't know if that's the best. I haven't figured out if that's the best way to do it or not. But in this case, it's like they're putting out content that is so like if Dane Miller, when I was 16, and I always say this, is like my whole goal is that I can reach Dane Miller who lives in Idaho and he could train with me today on my app or on YouTube, whatever. And I could help him get to have like a college scholarship. That's my goal in the simplest form. Dane Miller lives in Idaho right now and he engages with them. They literally ruin the kid's career. And that's the shit that pisses me off, is like they can have a negative impact on people. I've lost one athlete to these clowns and he's a turd. He's done nothing since because they make things up. They make shit up. It just drives me nuts. Anyway, with this, the deadlifting discussion, I actually used to not really, we would never really have athletes deadlift except for wrestlers. Ironically, we would deadlift on the, actually one of your bars, the fat bar. And we would do super high rep deadlifts with it, for grip. Now, what I've learned, okay, so we never do, because we're cleaning so much and we're snatching so much, we're front squatting, we're back squatting, we're single leg squatting. We've just never really used deadlift that much. You know, I do like deadlifting personally. Now, so I argue that the transfer of training for a clean sort of takes care of, and the front squat sort of takes care of the deadlift. Fast forward, now I have an athlete. She's one of the strongest powerlifters in the world. She's 15 and she's pulled 410. She weighs 170 pounds. And she's also my best high school shot putter of all time already. She broke Michelle Carter, who's an Olympic champion. She broke her freshman record. And she's also really good at cleaning. She also deadlifts clearly very heavily. And now I'm changing a little bit in the sense of the way I structure her training is we'll do deadlifts on one week, and then the dynamic effort week that we use on this case, because her dad's a powerlifting coach, is she'll do her power cleans that following week, or her full cleans the following week. And then the next week she deadlifts, and then the next week she does that. And then once on another day, she's doing another, like a power snatch or something like that. So, I think as long as the posture of the athlete's not being totally shot or their hips are getting, as long as they're doing everything else, I think it's fine.
Well, this is interesting though, because what you found with her is you found this movement has more correspondence than say other movements.
Yeah.
So then you're going to prioritize that.
Right.
Right.
Which means, yeah, that's good.
Which is training, which is good. This is normally where I will ask, are there any topics you'd like to discuss that I didn't cover, but you already have a bunch of topics that you would like to discuss. So fire away.
Okay. So I want to know right off the bat, what do you think about Jeff Nippard and Van Wyck in that fight? I want to know how you analyze something like that. How you do your due diligence on your research, and how you take like something that is prevalent, trending right now in fitness, and create some type of opinion.
When I first saw it, I just kind of like scrolled through it, because to me, it was like no big deal. It was social media.
Yeah.
You know, is this a script, or whatever it was? I don't know. Right. Because I don't spend that much time scrolling, compared to what other people would do.
Yeah.
Very little time on there. It's just basically DMs, scroll through a couple things, like a couple things, and basically right off the platform. And it was probably the day after when I started to see, oh, there's reaction videos after reaction videos after reaction videos. And then from there, I kind of saw this as, oh, I guess this is just the big next reaction video, the next drama that's going to start spinning across the circles that everybody's going to talk about. So I kind of immediately get turned off because I see what happens with these things. You know, they just become these viral clickbaits that everybody kind of wants to jump on just to be able to make what they can out of the whole thing. And at the same time, this is coupled with, you know, a lot of bodybuilders leaving a prominent bodybuilding coach and so forth. And it's, so that's how I first kind of saw the whole thing. Then after trying to figure out like what really transpired here, like, is this a scripted thing? And so then as I was trying to process that, I'm like, what benefit does this really give either one of the two? Because I'm assuming it's a scripted thing, you know, while this is all kind of going on. Like, well, one guy's got, you know, 5 million followers and the other guy's got a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
Like this, I don't think this is a collaboration that's really going to benefit anybody. And then it was more along the lines of how did this happen? How did this transpire? Then do I think it's, from what we know now, do I think it's wrong? Yeah. You know, I mean, you just don't go basically throat punch somebody.
Yeah.
But it seems out of character, you know, because I've had Mike on the podcast a couple times.
Okay.
And, you know, through those dialogues and the time of him being out, I don't really see that as being this inherent part of his personality, you know, that kind of lays into that whole thing, which is a little bit confusing to me, and because of that. And so I don't know, you know, so I guess I'm impartial. Do I think it's wrong? 100%. You know, I don't think anybody should throat punch or have violence in the gym at all, even though I've seen it, you know, in training environments. And normally if there's something like that, 20 years ago, if something like that happened, it wouldn't be a viral thing. You know, if one grown man has an issue with another grown man, they should, you know, discuss the issue.
Do you think that's because of social, or do you think because people cared less back then?
I don't know. I really don't know. It could be that there's more going on with him than what anybody knows, you know, to kind of just leave benefit of the doubt. You know, you don't know what's going on, you know, in his head that kind of led up, you know, because this is still kind of uncharacteristic for him from what I know. Right.
Right.
And that's limited, you know, to a guest on a podcast. And so again, not saying that the whole thing's right, but, you know, we've all had bad days and stuff like that where there's a tipping point, you know, for everybody. But yet most of us can control what that tipping point is, you know, when that is in there. So is it wrong? Yes, it's wrong. We don't know the whole story, you know, from that, even though it probably wouldn't change my opinion that it's still wrong. From that. We'll see what happens, you know, kind of moving forward.
I guess off that is one, I didn't realize Jeff Nippard's like 5'5", 5'6".
Yeah.
I didn't realize how short he is. So that was, I do think that does have an impact on my analysis. Not that matters that much, but I've seen a couple fights in the gym. At my gym, I've only ever seen one fight break out with high school kids. But I was thinking about it, like in college, there was 3 of us that actually got into a fight, and me being one of them. And it was just like a pushing match, right? But we were all like, I'm the shortest, I was 6'1", and then the other 2 guys were like 6'3" and 6'5". And when I saw Nippard next to him, I was like, I don't know, man. That'd be like me pushing my like 12-year-old son. Like he's about 5'5", or 5'6", whatever. I do think that, I don't know if that's right for me to feel that way, but I feel like it, even if I feel like to attack someone that much smaller, I just feel like you've got to be really prodded or instigated, or you're in a bad headspace.
No, I would speculate, you know, it's a bad headspace, you know, but still it's still wrong, right?
Yeah.
On so many levels, you know, especially in a gym.
Yeah.
You know, it's still, if I have an issue with somebody, you know, I'm going to discuss what the issue is, you know, but you know, if I'm to look at, you know, another aspect is, you know, he just had a shoulder replacement. He's had hip replacement. To get involved in it on his end, just to get involved in any fight, bout, or whatever it's going to be with joint replacements and all this other stuff makes me wonder, you know, is how much processing was really going on Because with all the injuries that I've accumulated, the last thing that I want to do is to get in a fight with anybody.
Yeah.
Right? Win, lose, or draw, I'm still going to walk away fucked up, right?
Yeah.
So if he's, pushing, jamming somebody with an arm and the shoulders all
hurt.
jacked up, it's going to fucking hurt, So I don't, the lack of processing, I guess, and kind of social awareness as well. I mean, it's a gym that people are filming content all the time,
Right?
And there's security footage. And I mean, just that lack of social awareness is baffling.
Yeah.
Because you may want to do that really, really bad, but you would stop and think, everybody's got a phone, and here everybody's, filming things, there's security camera. So you would think that all those things enough, just assume, forget all the other stuff, because there's layers, of deterrent.
Yeah.
Or the word I'm looking for, layers to prevent you from acting on whatever your emotions are. Right. First off, it's a public space. You don't want people talking about all this other kind of stuff. Secondly, this, I'm bigger than this person. There's all this processing, and then there's all these different
layers.
Where
he works too.
Yeah, it's where he works.
Yeah.
It's his job. There's all these different layers, of processing that we would all go through. And I would assume, he would go through as well, unless, it just snapped and then all those layers are kind of removed,
Yeah.
From that. So that's kind of where I would be on that. I'm 100% not saying that it's right or any of that in any way whatsoever. It shouldn't, none of that should ever happen in a gym in the first place, because the other factors to consider is he's a big dude, looks like, bodybuilder, looks like a power lifter. We all got stereotypes to begin with.
Yep.
That certainly isn't helping, any of the stereotypes that we have, especially now that it's viral, so if, there's any other bodybuilders or jacked, bald fucking guys that are walking around, there's a lot of them. There's already this predetermined stereotype that we all have.
Yeah.
I was made aware of this when I was in high school, by a CEO of a warehousing company. And the way it was presented to me is you understand how people are going to perceive you,
Yeah.
Just as you walk through. Now, what you do next is first off, you got their attention.
Then you try and shatter it,
which is good.
Yeah.
Right. You have their attention. So that's an advantage. But what comes out of your mouth next is going to determine if you're going to actually make them believe that you are the stereotype or make them not. Right. And that's something that anybody that's big, jacked, or whatever you want to say has. When something like this then goes viral kind of across the board, as it was, because I think it now was just posted by TMZ.
Yeah.
That's not helping everybody else.
Right.
Right. So see, there's another layer of processing there too. So there's all these different layers of processing, which intriguing to me is, what happened to be able to make all those layers of processing fail.
Yeah. And yeah, so that then it's like to make that many things fail, because you have so many governors around it. It's like, I mean, to me, I relate it to like, actually, when I was driving here, there's a guy following me on the left lane and he's like flipping his lights on. I was like, dude, I could lose my mind right now and have road rage, or I could just get over and just let this guy.
Well, there's a show it's funny you say that. There's a show on Netflix I just watched a few days ago where I can't remember the name of it. It's a movie. And the girl's parked at a stoplight. Or no, truck's parked at a stoplight. And she's just like fucking laying on the horn, right?
Yeah.
So the guy follows her and basically politely asked, how come I didn't get a courtesy tap? Right?
Yeah.
And then she's basically just says, screw you. He wanted an apology. So like, screw you. You don't get my apology. And then the whole rest of the movie is just him fucking up her life. He killed like 7 different people that were associated with her. She ends up killing him in the end. But that's like road rage. It's epitome, right? With that whole thing.
Yeah.
And there's obviously this dude didn't have governors in this movie either, because it's a famous actor too. I can't remember who it was at this time, but it killed an hour and a half of my time. Right. But I didn't relate that to this until you just kind of like said that. So I don't know.
Yeah. It sucks. And I wanted to ask you on top of that, connecting Israel to this, one thing I wanted to bring up too was what, a stereotype is roid rage and things like that. So what would be in the realm of powerlifting in your time in the gym where there's a lot of personalities, a lot of larger than life individuals, a lot of aggressive individuals, likely on PEDs, what would be like the craziest experience in this regard that you've experienced of yelling or throwing something or hitting somebody?
Oh God, there's a bunch. One of the funnier ones was, I don't even know how it happened. I think it was somebody borrowed somebody else's bencher and they didn't give him the bencher back, but it was at Westside when it was on Dimmerst, and we were speed benching at the time. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5 of us kind of like rotating our sets through. And as we're doing this, you know, these two people collide right in front of our bench. Right. And it really wasn't a fight because the other guy just basically beat his ass. But, you know, so while this is going on, we never skipped a beat. You know, so we just all kept doing our sets. It's just whoever was on deck waiting to be the next lifter would kind of like stand as a blocker to make sure that this didn't come through. But that was essentially just, you know, a punch throw to the ground and it's down. Couple things pretty much just like that. Nothing that was like this argument that led to certain things. More than likely, you know, I saw Louis bash himself in the head with a 10-pound plate several times because he would get so pissed off at somebody. But, you know, just things like that. Nothing that would equate to what we saw there, you know, because usually both parties were associated with whatever the conflict was.
It's interesting because I wrote down here coaching fights. I personally have had, as a coach, screaming matches with an athlete based off of something that they didn't do or something that I thought they did wrong or something that, you know, actually, ironically, last year in February, we had like a screaming match over technique in the discus throw. And even in that case, we went on for like 70 minutes and the one thrower was like, can you guys go over there? And it made me think about this situation in the fact of like, would I have ever wanted to throw down? Like, no, not over that argument. Cause it's not a personal enough thing to throw down. And that's where, going back to Van Wyck and what you had said about, I mean, almost about like tipping through those governors or whatever you want to call them. It likely he felt wronged in a very high sense, likely at a point in maybe while he is struggling. Well,
that's what we assume, right? Because we're assuming it's because of a video that Jeff made.
Yeah.
Right.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, and we don't really know that. Again, I'm not saying this is right nor wrong, right? I'm just, that's the assumption that's what it is. You don't know what the history is or, you know, any of the stuff through there. Granted, you know, I don't know Jeff. I've seen his videos. He seems like a very polite, you know, it seems like the last person in the world to be able to start anything. Where the other question I think that's been posed is, would Mike have done that if somebody was bigger? You know, on my speculation and all those governors that kind of failed. Yeah. On that day at that time, it probably didn't matter, you know, how big nor small somebody was because all those other things failed. You know, he's old enough that he's had enough experiences through his life, through bouncing and all these other things that the governors all failed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so there was obviously, there was no, what are the ramifications of this action going to be?
Right.
That wasn't there, you know? So with that in mind, if the guy was, you know, a 7-foot strong man, I don't think it's going to make any difference.
Yeah. He's still going to go.
Yeah. The result might have been a little different.
Okay, so I wanted to maybe shift slightly in the sense of in this discussion, and I'm not, maybe this isn't even, this is just, I'm just moving on, is when we're looking at conjugate with powerlifting, okay, and I still personally, I'm personally as a coach starting to get more powerlifters talking to me and asking me about programming, asking about training, and then they'll bring up things like anabolics. And one of the questions I wanted to ask you was, is there a discussion or has there been a discussion maybe in this conjugate influence environment of volume drug usage versus volume non-drug usage. And then the next question was, has there ever been a discussion on what drugs to use at what time or what phase of a cycle, of a training cycle?
Yeah, it's not related to, well, I guess it kind of would be. It's not related to the actual phase that you're really in. It's more related to when the competition is going to happen, right? So as the competition gets closer, assuming you're leading into whatever that prep time would be, you know. So when I was at Westside, we wanted to have kind of like the shortest prep window that we could have, so we could get ready for before circummax phases and all the other stuff. We should be able to get ready for a meet, say, in 5 weeks.
Okay.
With the circummax phase, it kind of changed things a little bit because you had to kind of be meet ready just to begin that phase.
Well, can you define a circummax phase?
That was when we were putting basically the speed work would involve more band tension to where you'd be looking at loads and percentages that were circa, say 100%, maybe more at the top of that lift, which essentially becomes max effort work, with an EMOM. And so with that, you basically need to be peaked to be able to kind of go into all that. So when we first started doing it, that phase went from like a 3 week to a 4 week to a 5 week, then back to a 3 week and a 4 week. So there's a lot of experimenting going on with that. So with that, the way at least I approached the PEDs is everything had to move up. It had to start sooner to be able to be ready for that. So it increased the compounds. So after a meet, the compounds would change. So the compounds wouldn't be, heavily testosterone based. It would move more into, DECA, Loraball, and equipoise, whatever at the time. But basically the testosterone, we just pull that out. Today, people are doing things way differently than then because you also have to realize we didn't know what was real, what wasn't. We didn't know what the compound was, what the compound wasn't. But either way, the dose was going to be pulled down. So for me personally, the dose would come up, at kind of, right? So it's, say I'm starting at 12 weeks out with a higher dose or 10 weeks out with a higher dose being used year round. But that would say 400, if I'm just to go on milligrams, maybe 400, 600 at the most throughout the whole time when you're not kind of in meet prep. Because the assumption was the max effort work, I would have let drop 10%. That was that allowance for that. So the least amount of shit that I could use to be able to stay at that mark is where it would stay. If it fell under that mark, then I would have to up it just a little bit to stay within that striking range, which would give me about 1 3 week or one phase to be able to get back where it needs to be, with a little bit more, and then ride it into the meet from there. So, with that, as the meet was getting closer, I would base it upon how I'm recovering from the training. For myself, the max effort work would beat me up more than anything, right? The speed work, I might get a little bit more muscularly sore, but the max effort work, I'd wake up and feel like I got hit by a truck the next day.
That's how you're gauging recovery, is just like feeling.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Cause the max effort work was more like joint shit. Like everything would just feel like I got hit by a truck the next day. But by the end of that next day, that should kind of be gone. And then by the time that would be Monday, by the time Wednesday to roll around, I'm recovered and ready to go for Wednesday. Now the dynamic work would be more muscular sore because it was more explosive, and on that, that muscular soreness may last until, say, Sunday, but then by max effort on Monday, that's kind of gone. So those are the two kind of gauges I had to go on. So if whatever I was using at the time, predominantly probably testosterone, DECA and stuff like that, whatever I'd use during that time, that dose would be dependent upon that. So if if the recovery from those became further, then it started to bleed into Wednesday. So if, say, max effort on my lower body started to bleed into what I was able to do on Wednesday, well, then the dose had to go up.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the milligrams may have gone up because we don't know what the potency, it's all coming from Mexico and shit, right?
Okay.
So there would be some meets to where I can sit here and say, well, if we're to look at milligrams, assuming that the milligrams are what they are, would be 2 grams or basically what I wanted to total. So 2,000 to 2,300, milligrams. Other times it wouldn't be anywhere close to that. It might be 800 or 1,000, right? Because I only took it and moved it up if I wasn't recovering.
Okay.
And in my brain, the reason why it's not recovering is probably not working as well as what it should, because it's probably not what it really is. And then to be able to put that in, as the meat came closer, I would lower the jabs and up the tabs, right?
Okay.
Because what good is pinning myself with a long-acting testosterone, ester the week before meet? It's going to help me recover the week after. Who gives a shit? But if I could put, the orals in, then it's going to act faster to be able to do that. And then I wouldn't have to run the orals that whole time either, because for me, those would.
So would orals be like D-ball or
D-ball, Anadrol?
Okay.
I stuck with those. I typically stuck with the things that had the higher milligrams because I didn't know any better. So for me, if there was, say Parabolin, for instance, which was 76 milligrams per ampule or per cc, I would look at that then which is essentially trend. I'm not going to look, I looked at that as like, fuck that, and say it's $18. For $40, I can get 10 cc's of testosterone. I can get 2,000 milligrams of testosterone for twice the amount. So 146 milligrams versus 2,000 milligrams. I was going after the 2,000 milligrams because I didn't know, the difference.
Price efficiency is what you were
exactly.
doing.
So I would look at everything kind of like
that was your business mindset.
All of it. Like how many bottles of test is this worth? So if we wanted to go out to eat or something like that, I'm like, okay, that's 40. That's a bottle of test. Like, is this worth a bottle of test? So it's knowing more now. And there were people at the time that were helping me to try to structure cycles. I remember one very intricate one, which was basically a whole year based upon the half-lives in the different compounds and, how they would aromatize and, physically structuring the whole thing out. And it looked great on paper. And until I came back to the person that was suggesting this to me and said, how do I even know any of this is what it is? Right? This might be phenomenal, to be able to do it this way, but you got to understand that, when I get 10 bottles of test, I'm taking all that test and I'm putting it in one big bottle, because if one or two of those are fake, what if those come in the last 6 weeks? So if I combine them all into one bottle and there's one or two fake ones in there, then I'm kind of diluting it with all the other ones that are in there.
Yeah.
To be able to know that. The orals were the same way, so I'm taking the orals and I'm putting them in one big fucking bag, shaking them all up, because if one of the bottles is bullshit, then it's just going to be diluted in there and it's not going to hit at that one certain time. And that's just kind of how things were operating at that time. And then this person was explaining all the intricacies of all these half-lives and all the other stuff. And I'm like, dude, this fucking Cypionate might just be propionate, because I know it's cheaper. And I personally knew people that were pulling shit out of the bottles and putting canola oil in it, maybe half of the bottle, so it's still going to do something for somebody, but they're not going to know because it's half cut, but they don't know it's cut. And now how do I know, that this is actually, DECA and this is test and this is whatever it's going to be. So I had to find ways to kind of mitigate that, where in today's world, it's being done way better. Because there are companies like Merck Health and other ones that are, helping to track the indicators, which I did get blood work done, but I wasn't using it as a tool, to be able to know if my hormones were optimized. It was just annually to know, is this fucking me up or not fucking me up? Where now there's so many more tools to be able to know, especially if it's something that's important and you've kind of predetermined where your testosterone rate needs to be, which I would still base it upon recovery. Even with that, then you can have it tested. You can have your drugs tested now and know what they are.
Yeah.
Where back then you're just going off whatever the fucking guy you're buying it from says.
He's telling you, yeah.
Yes.
And trusting him.
Yeah. And back then everything came from ex bodybuilder. Right? It didn't matter where I can remember, the Jay Cutler was popular at the time. It's like, this is the same shit Jay Cutler makes.
Yeah,
I'm like,
sure it is.
This shit's got a fucking bulldog on the bottle. right? And it's coming from fucking Mexico. You're seriously telling me that the fucking Mr. Olympia is taking shit from Mexico that has a bulldog on the bottle? There's no fucking way, and so it was different. But so to answer your question, yes, if it was quote unquote off season, it was completely different than if it was leading into a meet.
So
pre-Westside, I just went off. So it was, 8 to 10 weeks for the meet. Then I was off completely until maybe 8 to 10 weeks for the next meet.
Okay. Why do you think in sports, like, I was even thinking about this, looking at the Olympia prizes, the prize money, why in a sport like, okay, so if I'm taking, like, let's say cycling, there's a lot of money in cycling.
Mm-hmm.
You take distance running, it makes sense that athletes are still popping hot. There's a lot of money in it because of the shoes and the gels that they can poach off as for sales and stuff like that. It makes sense because those athletes make quite a bit in the non-revenue sports, right? Why in sports like powerlifting and bodybuilding, why are the athletes so willing to use and not see that financial return necessarily?
Because it's not about that. It's about the numbers, and getting stronger. And there's also, and I think subconsciously, I knew it, but assuming everybody else kind of knows, there's only a certain window you're going to be able to do this. Right. So yes, there's going to be outliers that are breaking all-time world records and 45s and shit like that. But typically there's a window, between say 25 and 35 or 40, that you're going to be able to maximize whatever that performance is. And when you look at your life, that's just a certain part, of what the life's going to be. Now, granted, I wasn't looking post, any of that.
Yeah.
But I did realize that there's a window here that needs to be taken advantage of for that. And the passion was all about the numbers. For me, it wasn't really titles either. It was just PRs and numbers because the feeling that's associated with breaking that PR and so forth. That's part of it. The other part of it is there's probably, and willingly as well, a lack of understanding of what long-term consequences would be associated with that, and that's probably a little better today because more people are speaking about it.
Yeah.
And there's more mitigation, of what the side effects are. But also in those worlds with that mitigation also gives the opportunity to do what I would have done, just take more shit,
Yeah.
But again, I always base it kind of on the recovery and so forth. But my thought process on that today would be different than what it was then because some of this is dose dependent. And accessibility was also a lot harder, so just the ability to get it, I had to jump through more hoops to be able to get it. And the stigma was, there's whatever that was. I really didn't give a shit about that, but the access wasn't as it is now. It's very easy to get. The high school kids are getting shit, which I don't agree with, but it's really easy. Where back then you had to know somebody and then, that would dry up, then you have to find somebody else. And it was, I don't think the number of people would be using today if it was as difficult to get as it was then. There was a span of maybe 12 months, maybe a little bit longer, to where I had to use cattle implants because you couldn't find anything else. Right. I seriously doubt, if we look at the broad number of people that are
cattle implants.
Yeah. So it's Heiferoid and Stenox, so there's
what a name, Heiferoid.
Yeah. And so you order it through cattle supply shop and send it to you. And they had this big fucking gun that if you wanted to use that, which don't want to use that.
What?
You know what I'm saying? But my point is, if that was the case, there would be way less people using it.
So do you think that's because of the internet, or do you think it's because of like the accessibility? Is it the internet? Is it the in the US there's more like longevity clinics, which probably makes it, maybe
it's probably more the internet. I would highly doubt the majority of the people are getting their stuff through doctors or longevity
Right.
clinics.
Yeah.
You know, the majority are probably still going black market, but you can order this shit
Online, yeah.
right? So it's a lot easier to find that than trying to where do I need to train? You know, and then if is there somebody in that gym that can be able to get it? And then if there's not somebody in that gym that's going to be able to get it, what meets you need to go to where the person with the briefcase will be at the meet? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot that went into just that. And when you're broke, you know, it's not like you can buy a year's worth of this shit at the time. So all those factors, when they're removed, and now all you have to do is to find the right website, the right URL, or make it yourself, you know, which you can figure out how to do that. It's not that hard.
I have read a lot of people are doing that.
You know, so and the underground labs they're very competitive, you know, so they don't want to get a reputation of selling bad shit because that's their financial structure.
Yeah.
And they may not last long because they may get shut down. So they also have a small period of time to where they might be active before it gets shut down. And so all those kind of play into it, but the access is giant.
Were you ever concerned about getting caught?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I knew people that got caught, you know, and that was a whole other thing too, is does
that increase does that increase your want to get that then?
No.
Okay.
Hell no. I mean, the criticism of the lack of transparency when you look decades ago is, you know, why wasn't anybody talking about I don't believe any of us were really lying about it. We just would pivot conversations or just not answer it. But we're definitely not going to go on YouTube and say, this is what I'm using.
Yeah.
Right. And when 5 of my friends acquaintances, you know, were arrested for distribution. And sometimes it really wasn't even distribution. It was just their surplus for like a year or two. 2 of them actually did time and got out on shock probation. So you're seeing this, and you're also seeing door knocks, you know, to where DEA or whoever it's going to be, they would compile a list, you know, of people they thought that were using, and then would just go knock on somebody's door and then confront them about it. And if the person was scared, they would say who they got it from, where all they really had to do was say, call my lawyer and shut the door. Never happened to me, but happened to a shit ton of people I knew, you know, as well. So it was, and that was at that time, you're dealing with the stigma of track and field athletes, baseball players, you know, all these people, you know, so it's on the press, it's in the news, it's in there. So it's in everybody's brain.
Marion Jones and Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, Bonds. Yeah.
You know, so all that was kind of going on at the same time as the war on drugs and all the stuff that was coming across the border. So when all that really started to pick up, that's kind of when all this shit that was coming from Mexico got shut down.
Yeah.
Where before that, this stuff was coming from somebody you would know that would basically steal it from a pharmacy, or somebody that would get it from, you know, the pharmaceutical company warehouse guy who sells a pallet or some shit. However it was, but it was real. Then it went from that, because that got shut down because the class of the drug moved. You know, so it moved up to like a class 3 or whatever it is now. So it's the same as heroin and all these other drugs. So when that class moved up, the ability to get that real shit, and some doctors would prescribe it back then as well, So that shut that off completely, which that's when it started to come from Mexico. And then the war on drugs shut that down from there. Then there's a dry spell. Then it started coming from China and the powders.
And do you think that's when like designers started to come up more?
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking about, there was a dude, he's actually from Ohio, shot putter, Kevin, oh my God, early 2000s, he threw like 74. He got popped with THG. And I think he was part of like the same time. He was like with the group that, BALCO and stuff. And I was just saying, when you were going through that, I almost think that might have led to the designer steroids that were not classified yet.
Yeah. It was a weird time, because a lot of those were just actual steroids too.
Yeah.
You know, so then Olympic athletes are getting popped for things they didn't think that they were taking, because it was this designer thing that was supposed to not have that in that.
Okay.
So they're told.
Yeah.
You know, and then that's what it ends up being.
Okay.
But all that, you know, there's always ripple effects, you know, led to the ability to get it, which leads us back to now that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Right. And even back then, I seriously doubt that law enforcement really gave a shit, but, if, and this is probably still true today, if somebody in a gym is selling something and then it's a high school kid, then their parents find that, then they make a call, to the police station, then they have to do something.
Yeah.
Right. They got more important shit to worry about, but then that kind of leads through that whole rabbit hole there.
What were you, blood work wise, what were you looking at, or what would you be looking at to make sure that
then?
Yeah. Or even now?
Well, I mean, back then it was cholesterol, hemoglobin, things like that is where
from the orals of the cholesterol.
All of it,
yeah.
Really didn't matter. It's just those were the main indicators there, liver enzymes, stuff like that. And for the most part, I never really had anything that was too far out of range. Then it would kind of come back in a normal range when the dose was lowered or I was off. And that was just basic labs that I've had the same physician since 90, so that was more kind of like a preventative thing. I had a prescription early on too, and that was more just from a legal protection standpoint. That's not the only thing I was taking. It was just enough to be able to say, I got a prescription. So half the time I didn't even fill it, but it was there, where now, the labs are more comprehensive and there's people that know how to read those better. So you're looking at all different indicators, to be able to see estrogen and the correlations between all those things.
Okay.
The biggest issue with some of the labs now is a lot of people won't start getting the labs. If I was to give any advice on this, it would be, if somebody's considering to go on, get your labs before you go on, so you have a benchmark. A lot of the people that are getting labs, they may have already been on for 3 or 4 years. So what is that actual benchmark to be able to know, where your normal is, because everything has ranges, right? But then you're going to have your normal, which could be higher, could be lower, whatever it's going to be. But if you don't have that actual benchmark,
then you can't look at it when you get off and compare it to what you did, where you were at prior.
Yeah. So for myself personally, it's my father had really high hemoglobin, right? So before I even started, just labs that I had going way back for whatever reason, going to the hospital for pneumonia, whatever it's going to be, I always had that elevated hemoglobin, right?
So you can use that as a marker.
So it's kind of a marker to be able to know, where if somebody would just see the labs when, I'm on and they're looking at that, it's like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. This is really super high. You need to lower the testosterone, which you don't want high hemoglobin, right? But my high is going to be different than somebody else's high because it's genetically lined up with that. That's different than the person that's going to say, well, my hemoglobin's always high, but they've always only, checked their blood while they're on stuff.
Yeah. Then it doesn't matter.
So they don't know.
Yeah. Would you think that the bodybuilding, because I'm even trying to think back to, like, you look at the 90s, early 2000s, is it that feeling that you described of hitting the numbers, and is that feeling more so in a bodybuilding sense, them chasing the pump? Is that what they like?
That one might be a little bit different. The shows I competed in they were whatever. I didn't I competed maybe 3 shows when right after high school and a couple in college. And that was just to see if this is what I liked. The training, I did not like that aspect, at all. The posing is just not my thing. But that was a little bit different world, because if you go back and you remember flipping through Flex and all this other stuff, you would see these pro bodybuilders driving these nice cars and have always these closets with like 80,000 Jordan shoes and shit like that. So the perception was that they're making all this money, meanwhile they're just broke as fuck. But there's no internet, and then that's all we really had. So that may have played into that if I can get to this level, then there is that financial payoff.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know, because I didn't spend enough time in it to be able to know that, where, their desire is basically on how they look, and how they present, which I can't really connect to, because I don't have that. But I understand, how that could be the same as a desire for somebody to throw more or somebody to lift more. Because in any of these sports, to a point, it's not about the money.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these kids that are playing football, a lot of these throwers, they weren't throwing through junior high school and high school because they thought they could make it to the fucking Olympics.
They just liked it.
They just fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Right. Now the payoff is, you know, as they get better and better, then they realize, oh shit, this can become this thing. And maybe for some of them, once they get to that level, it does become, you know, more about that thing than the love of all that. And I even see that in powerlifting and bodybuilding to a degree, because as you move through these different competitive levels, your friend group changes, your bubble, everything changes, right?
Yeah.
So the way a top level thrower may see competition is it's not real, because they live in this different bubble. They live in this different world. They're only around top throwers. There's only at the Olympics. They're only at the World Games. If they took and went and watched a high school meet and got reconnected with why they were doing this in the first place, that will ground their love for what they're doing back to where it really started. You know, so for the bodybuilder or the powerlifter that's at that level, they can become so disconnected with that until they go to maybe a local meet and they see somebody that can deadlift 405 for the first time.
Yeah.
Right. Then they're like, I love this shit.
Yeah.
But when they're on this other end, you know, there's political bullshit, you know, there's all these other things. You get to, it's like the Wizard of Oz. You see what's behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And you really should never do that.
Yeah.
You know, because that will start to pull.
Everything.
Yeah, will taint everything unless you can truly ground yourself in why you're doing it in the first place. And usually if they do that, then they'll actually start to become better again.
So, okay, on that, my question would be with bodybuilding, because I'm thinking about, do you feel that maybe the use of social media, I'll use the example of Dorian Yates, because I think he's probably one of the guys for me coming up. Yates and Ronnie Coleman and Jay Cutler, those are the three guys that at my age I was like, and Yates was maybe a little older, but like he was the legend, and you would go stand in the grocery store and you could see him on the magazine shelves when they would have like the tiered magazines that you could buy. And then Ronnie was like the first guy that you would see videos of him training. And I guess where I'm trying to go with this is like their love of training to me is so seen in those videos, of those old school videos, and even in like their books and stuff, where you can almost feel their energy towards it. Do you feel that there's any degradation of that like top level guys like Dorian Yates? And I even see this in the NFL. I feel like there's a lot of guys that still play football because they just like to compete. Mm-hmm. But social media in the fitness world might be bastardizing that love of training at a much earlier point for bodybuilders currently, because they're trying to expedite the process because of this perception of.
It could be, you know, I kind of look at it a little bit differently, where when I'm competing and when I was competing, the only thing I wanted to do was train, lift, and compete. You know, school was just to be able to provide information that would help my training.
Yeah.
You know, exercise science, thus, you know, would kind of plug into that. And the way I was able to afford to be able to do that was, you know, bouncing, you know, working at gyms, you know, maybe personal training, you know, that became a thing later. But in the very beginning, it was all these other odd kind of like shitty jobs that weren't going to fuck up my training. You know, the bouncing's shorter, you know, so training instead of early in the mornings at 10:30. So any job was kind of put in there to be able to maximize and not hurt the training, right? To where now, you know, that can be, you know, the compensation can come from online coaching. It can come from more exposure, you know, to be able to get a supplement company to maybe sponsor you, and just because of the followers or whatever it's going to be, because of all that. So what I've seen is a shift from all these other type of jobs that you would do to not fuck up your training to, if I was in today's world coming up, I would most definitely not be looking at, I need to bounce here. I need to, you know, go here. I like this bouncing job because I can get food from, you know, they have food, all this other shit. I would be looking at how can I build some kind of online presence where that online presence would be able to actually allow me to just train and not have to worry about anything else. And so what's associated with that online presence that would allow me to do that? Well, I can just have 20 clients. And if I have 20 clients, that's probably going to pay more than I'm making bouncing. Hence, all the online coaches that just kind of suck, because this is a way to allow them to do what they love to be able to do in that capacity. And so I think that's kind of how it started, right? Because at first it was people selling their programs and selling stuff like that. And then it expedited into this other thing because there are career paths that have now developed for the online coaching and mentorships and all these other things that fall along those things, where for most of the people, they probably really don't give a fuck. As long as they get enough capital to be able to support what they love to do, they're cool with that.
Yeah.
But that was probably the start, of the industry, but it's taken its own hold and has become this whole other thing to where now it's not so easy for people to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to find other ways, thus the change in what you see on social media as far as what they're trying to do to be able to garner attention or whatever it's going to be, because it doesn't really matter, because the bigger the attention, the bigger the possibility that they're going to be able to find some financial means to be able to do what they love to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting.
And then you add that with people that don't want to compete.
Yeah.
They just want that career path.
They just want to be an online trainer.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because, the risk associated with competing is going to be way higher, because PEDs and all the other time commitments going to be way higher. All these other things are going to be way higher, to where other people can come in and say, well, look, I don't want to do all that, but I can make a career here, to be able to do that. So now you have influencers, that are building that career through that path as well, which is competing against those. The market always corrects, so it's washing out the shitty ones, because they're not.
I feel like
really
it's been washing out pretty hard, over the last year and a half, maybe. I feel like it's starting to distill down to actual quality again.
Yes.
I wanted to bring that sort of brings up, because I would consider you an influencer. I think you're one of the earlier influencers when we were just on forums and websites and things like that. When did you know, shifting from powerlifting, starting EliteFTS, like paint that time frame of like starting EliteFTS and still competing, and then being like, all right, I need to like ease up with this quite a bit. How did you know? What were you doing? Where, what was your conversation internally?
I was working as a trainer at Gen Pop for 8 years. And if I go back before that, when I was working in a gym, I was kind of a trainer, but you're not really a paid trainer, because that's not how it works. It's just, you just train people that were there, because that was just part of working at the gyms, what you did. And then during that time period, in building my billable hours to, it was probably about 50, to where if I was in the gym all the time, except for pretty much Sunday. And that being that I would train clients up to like 8 o'clock, then leave and go to Westside, train there from 8:30 to 10:30, then right back.
Were you married at this time, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And so during that time period, then after we had my first son, I did not like that, right? Because now if I'm in the gym from 8 o'clock all the way till 10 o'clock sometimes, then this isn't sustainable. This isn't what I want to do. I had great parents, but my father worked all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be that type of father. So I wanted to find some way to be able to have mobility, to kind of work from where I wanted to work from. And it started with, just doing seminars for Louis and stuff like that. And then over a period of time, he wanted to get out of selling he had a little mail order thing. All he really cared about was the reverse hyper and his videos, with this mail order shit, taking stuff to the post office and all this, he was kind of getting sick of. And that kind of wrapped around this same time period within a few years. And so my wife and I kind of took that on And from there, it was probably another, because I didn't pay myself. I was still training people. It's probably another, that started before the child, right? So when the child came is when it came to this point of, I can't just like, and I was able to cut back on my training hours as well. And because my wife was making more where she was at. So it was trying to balance all those things. And it got to this point where I, probably 4 years in, really not paying myself a dime, actually not paying myself anything because it was all going back into inventory, that I had to actually give a shit, about what I was doing, because this really wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't doing anything. And at that point in time was around the same time when I was told I needed a shoulder replacement. Getting under the bar I couldn't get under a bar. Thinking back, I probably could have figured it out, if I really wanted to. But at that point, I think I was 20 years into competing as well. So whatever year that was that decision point of, I have to try to figure out what this is going to be. My clients at the time helped as far as, because at first it was going to be a training center. And then I'm like, well, that's really not going to solve anything. That's just going to put me in this gym.
You could have told me that when I was like 25, that would have helped me.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't gonna, it's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And so then it was mail order. And then there was the education side, the seminars and stuff like that. But the education side was more important to me because at the time there wasn't a lot of content that was online to be able to help people with training questions. And at the time it was the West Side stuff because it was popular, it was in the magazines, but it was also what was appearing online wasn't really what we were doing. But with my interest in strength and conditioning and all that, I didn't want it ever to be pigeon-toed just powerlifting, so right from the onset, the decision was made is, because at that time I'm consulting with all these other coaches, and these are not stupid people. These are like Buddy Morris and all these other people I'm having all these conversations with. They want to kind of learn about what we're doing at Westside. I'm picking their brain on what they're doing with these athletes. Because when I graduated, that's what I thought I was going to do.
Yeah.
Was to be a strength coach, until I realized what the reality of that really is and the pay of that really is. Like, fuck that. I'm making way more bouncing, and working way less hours. Like this is going to fuck my training up.
Yeah.
So, but from that, you're exposed to this huge world, of training protocols, and they all work, right? And they're all structured, they're all periodized. Where is it? So I wanted to start putting out content across all those domains from all these different people, and then let them decide what they wanted to do. Where the ebb and flow of all that was, because of that, if I'm not going to charge for the content, I still have to be able to pay to be able to put the content up. Websites cost money,
Right.
All these things cost money. So that led to retail, to be able to do that, which is lower margin than what I thought it was going to be, so the retails, the product sales is what's allowed the content throughout all these iterations since 98 until now. And content's changed substantially from then until now, to be able to navigate all the different iterations of content and then be able to still put it out for no cost, and then figure out how to balance that with marketing, right? Because basically all the marketing dollars are going into there because there's no money for paid ads or all these other things. So it's that's been the puzzle of trying to build it from that point.
So you brought up retail there and being lower margins. And then my question was, looking back now then, okay, so you stop training to compete. You've gone through multiple different phases, even while running EliteFTS. And I remember reading your T-Nation articles or that series where they like followed you around and you did like the death squats. So that would have been like the mid 2000, maybe 2010 to like 13 or something like that. During that time, I guess, okay, maybe where I'm trying to go is like, is it accurate to think that that time frame almost was still like you're getting your competitive itch, but you're using it, you start to figure out like, okay, I could use this a little bit for marketing. I guess maybe going off the retail comment, looking back to 98 and talking to yourself from now to then, what would you have said? Don't go into retail, or don't do this, or don't do, like, give me like 2 or 3 things that you would have changed.
Grass is always greener, right? Because I can look back and I can say the people that did monetize on content, many of them are retired and very self-sufficient for the rest of their lives, and maybe even some generational wealth, because of that. And so I can look and say, well, that could have been a possibility, but to look and say that is also deceiving, because that's like 1 out of 100,000.
Who would you say specifically would be a model in that regard?
I mean, if we go back far enough, Ryan Lee.
Okay.
So if you go back into that, but then underneath that, you would have all the proteges,
that
were kind of building their ebooks and all those other things, or paywalls and all these things from that.
Okay.
So when I say the grass is always greener, I can say that, then I can ask you how many of those people are still around.
Yep.
Right? 0.
Yeah.
How many of those people are even in the industry? Some, but they're back to personal training all day long. So that's that grass is greener type of thing, because very few were able to really kind of cash out from that, where people are always going to need goods, from that. So it's the balance then becomes, if I was to go back and have that conversation, it would be, don't put all your revenue in content, put half of it in ads, paid ads, something like that.
Okay.
Because I didn't run a paid ad until like 3 years ago, but the revenue wasn't there for that, because the revenue going into content was so fucking high. But that ended up putting us in a position where we really couldn't scale past a certain point.
Yeah.
Because of that. And that would be the only advice I would put into that from there.
So mainly you would stay retail. You would.
Yeah, because it provided the freedom I was looking for, at that time. Right. So, and
what about right now? If you would go back, and from what you know right now, would you say what in the fitness industry is the most lucrative thing that you could have you should start this, because in the future, this is what's going to happen?
It wouldn't be something I'd want to do.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's appealing to the greater masses, where I did that. I trained basically Gen Pop for 8 to 14 years. Nothing wrong with all that. I love my clients. I love those people. But, I'm from a breed that comes from people that put training as one of their top priorities in their life. That's where I wanted to be. That's where I wanted to serve. That's where I think I can be the greatest help. Once you branch out of all that, that's what Men's Health was for, Muscle and Fitness was for, bodybuilding.com was for. That's what all those other people were for. I wanted to be the place that after they got stuck, through those sources, then it's like, holy shit, this is what's going to take me to that next level. But from that, you're kind of working up a demographic pyramid that's way smaller than what that base is. If you can penetrate that base, then yes, the rewards are going to be way higher, because there's so many more people that are in there, but it's not the demographic that I'm passionate about.
Yeah, that's a good.
So that would be a tough conversation I would have with myself.
Yeah.
If I was to go back. I
almost think and personally, I mean, dude, I'm asking you these questions for myself too. Like, I'm honestly, like, it's something I've talked internally about, and what do I value? And I think a lot of people struggle with this conversation of like, you look at Jeff Nippert and you're like, well, sometimes he's just talking about doing a squat and a lunge and a back extension that's banded. And it's like, well, what, and you see, and you have this thing, oh, he's got so many followers, blah, blah, blah. But then if you weren't doing the niche stuff, you might also, if you were in his shoes, be like, well, man, what if I was doing more niche stuff, but I like it a little bit more?
Well, maybe. I mean, if there's been some mistakes that I've made, it's not putting enough attention on a generation under what my demographic is. Right. So we'll use YouTube as an example. So if we go back far enough, most of the content was either blogs, articles, forums.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where everything was. Where YouTube came in is it became a way that you could take that video to describe what you're writing about, put that embedded file in that article or the blog, but now you don't have to pay for the hosting.
Yeah.
Where the hosting of that is fucking ridiculous, because I tried it at one point. It was not sustainable. Where now the hosting, it's free.
Yeah.
Right. So I would be able to put that on there, and it's like, well, fuck YouTube. That's not my demographic. They're too young. Right. Because that was how it was back then. It was that younger demographic. Maybe the way we might look at TikTok now.
Yeah.
Right. Where it's that younger. But what I failed to realize is people get older. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, well, if that's that younger generation, and then this is a platform that's sustainable, then it's going to grow, then maybe you want to build on that platform and serve that younger generation. So at least they just know that you're there. Right. It doesn't have to be the majority of the content, but when you begin to realize, when you're talking about beginners, they may not even know how to hold a dumbbell centered. You know, they may not know how to put a barbell centered across their back. And there are things that we'll like roll our eyes at, like, seriously, you know, because everybody that we know, all those basics are covered, and you really don't want to make a video that's discussing things that are so fucking simple.
Hold on a second. I don't know. I'm writing down some content ideas.
Yes, but you get what I'm saying. But you don't want to do that because you think, well, my core demographic is going to think, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But how much of your core demographics actually seeing that? And then how much of the following are actually customers? I mean, if you look across, you know, your YouTube may be the same as ours. You know, you look across that and you have all these views, and then you see that like 18% actually subscribe.
Yeah.
You know, and all this huge giant doesn't.
Yeah.
Right now, out of that 18%, how many of them are actually going to become revenue or customers? Way smaller than that. So we're worried, you know, here I am, I'm worried about the perception that's going to happen from my core demographic, when most of the people that are actually seeing this piece aren't even my core demographic.
Right.
You know, so it's a disservice kind of to those people to not have some of that content that's playing into that. You know, plus on the other end of that is one of the things I realized just over the past 4 or 5 years is when you're dealing with strength athletes, and I'm sure your throwers may fall into the same category until they get to a top level, is all the issues that they really are suffering with are exactly the same issues that personal trainers are dealing with their Gen Pop clients. When you peel it back, it's sleep, it's eating the right foods, it's the very basic stuff where who excels at that better than anybody else? The person that's working with that Gen Pop people over and over and over and over and over, you know, so why not have them on a podcast or provide content just from the scope of, they're probably not going to be able to help that core demographic with their periodization, but they might help them with
recovery, sleep,
recovery, how to choose better foods, how to put themselves in better environments for better food choices, and all those things there. So there's a blend in of all that. We just assume because they take training seriously that all these other components they know about. And the reality is that they don't.
Or they've heard it, but they haven't heard it enough.
Yeah. I mean, Olympic athletes may eat like fucking 2 cheeseburgers a day and have dinner with somebody that night. And that's about as much thought as they put into their nutrition.
Yeah. 100%. Okay. So you brought up not just pertaining to that younger generation, but almost existing and educating them on their platform, right? Like existing in 2005, going on YouTube harder, maybe now going on, let's just say TikTok for an example, although there's a lot of older people on there now. That's another thing. I think the interesting part that's going to happen over the next 10 years, it seems like platforms are starting to stabilize and become legacy platforms. So it's going to be easier to pertain on all of them. And you're going to, maybe the only one that I think has come back around is Snapchat, really. Anyway.
Well, I think the important thing with the platforms is to understand, you know, what that core demographic is from what they earn. You know, so how much do they actually, on average, what is their average salary? Yeah. Right. And when you get to TikTok, that's probably the lowest, right? So you don't need a whole lot of attention in there, because while they may become your customers later, you know, you got to go to where your customers are too. Yeah. And all these platforms are so big now that it's a time management thing as well. You can't cover everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, off of that, strength coaches, because I'm thinking about when you've seen the best strength coaches that you've been around, the best coaches in general, what do you see are consistent characteristics of them? The ones that are the best in production, and the ones that are the best also of education, because I think that's something that should be studied or recognized for the audience who wants to get into this, because if they can understand what the best strength coaches have, they should be able to educate people as well based off of my opinion, and what you were saying, even with EliteFTS.com, like in the forums and the way it used to be in the, when I was going on the blogs all the time. What would be like the consistent things that you see among the best?
A, caring about who their athletes are. I mean, really giving a fuck, right? From the top athlete to the worst athlete. That's the first one. B is education, educating themselves. And then the third one would be living the life as close to the life, because they are they're the standard, right? That doesn't mean they have to be in the same shape of that athlete, but they have to practice and at least be that standard, which gets in the debate, should they be competitive athletes and all this other. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they need to hold themselves to a standard that basically they have to live the life. Yeah. Right. And granted, not everybody's going to be able to do that to the same capacity. If they got 4 kids and they're working 60 hours, that's fine, but they can still fucking be in shape. They can still watch what they eat. They can still be the best standard. That's right, what I'm looking for. They can be the best standard they can be, for that. Right. Because that's going to keep them connected to all the things that are important. So education's important. 100%. But at a certain point, you're going to pretty much know everything that you need to know to be able to serve the clients that you're working with. Right. So there can become a point of over education from that standpoint. So you learn periodization, you learn your clients, and you learn how to learn from your clients or your athletes. You have that down. Right. There's not a whole lot of other education you're going to learn that's going to change your system and how you work with your athletes. Not to the degree of what you can learn from your actual athletes, but the amount of time that you're putting into that. So if you're putting 15 hours a week into continuing education on learning the science and all this emerging stuff that's coming in the training industry at the expense of learning how to better communicate with your athletes, you're fucked. Right. Yeah, so, and these are all different learning phases. The first learning phase is kind of learning the basics, learning how to program, learning all those other things. But once that's kind of down, you got to learn how to communicate. And that's got to be the predominant thing, because that's also going to be your ability to sell, not just products, but you got to sell your program to these athletes when they come in. If it's a business, you got to be able to sell the vision, not just to your people, but to everybody else that's out there. Right. And you can't do either one of those two if you're in shitty fucking shape and you have brain fog all the time and you can't sleep because you're a fucking alcoholic.
What do you think establishes? I can relate to that last rant there. What do you think establishes like that caring, that the creative vision of, or as you described it, giving a fuck? It's like, what establishes that? What do you think that's an innate thing? Do you think what do you think that is in these coaches?
The best way I could probably explain that is you're a former athlete, right? Mm-hmm. And so your best competitive moments are in your memories, right? And they last forever. Right. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you live in the past, but the memories that you created, you're going to carry with you until the day that you die. Right. Yeah. So the ones that get stuck living in the past or trying to live vicariously through whoever their athletes are, they're not realizing and recognizing the memories that they have from what they did for what they really are. Those are more valuable than anything that you can pay for. And if you really think about it, you did pay for them. So add up how much time went into each one of those memories and put a dollar amount to that.
Yeah.
There's thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars that go into some of those standout memories, right? And so, and they're ingrained. You know, if once you realize that, and that they last for forever. I mean, some of these you're going to remember until the day that you die, right? And then you realize how much the spend was that went into that. Then you take that, and then you're able to help other people establish those memories, right? That's a huge, huge gift that you're able to give those people, because it's not just the gift of a PR, or it's not just the gift of a world record or whatever it is. It's a gift of giving them a memory that they're going to carry the rest of their fucking life. That's powerful. And if that doesn't excite anybody, then they shouldn't be a fucking coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and I think that's very discounted, right?
How do you get how do you get an athlete to recognize that they're going to create that the goal of training? Let's take this. The goal of training for a 13-year-old kid, how do you get that athlete to recognize that everything that they're doing is literally, you are doing this to create a memory that you can experience and reminisce about and feel for the rest of your life? That's all we're doing this for.
They're not old enough. They're not old enough to understand that, right? Because what are their memories from 10 years ago?
Yeah.
You know, fucking watching cartoons with Hot Wheel cars or whatever the fuck it is. They're not old enough, right? So they just need to understand. They just need to love what they do, right? And if they love what they do, and you pour in it, because these are all different phases that we go through.
Yeah.
You know, so if somebody is in that developmental athletic phase and they love what they do, say if it's a power lifter and they're kind of in their prime and they love what they do, you know, I'm going to lean into that. Like, fuck all this other stuff about what you're talking about. Fuck this starting a business, a second business, or whatever it is. If you're cool with what you're doing now and your work is able to pay for everything and you like your work, fucking live in this moment right now.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get this back. You can worry about all that shit when this moment's over, because it will happen. Yeah. Nobody beats Father Time, right? So if they can understand that part of it, then they're good. But when they're that young, they don't have, you can't say, you know, what do you remember from when you were fucking 5? You know, but there is a comprehension of time to where you can ask them. I've used this example several times to people now, because we're coming up on 2025, right? How well do you remember 2020? Everybody remembers that like it was yesterday. It was 5 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
5 years. That's how fast that went. You know, before that example, I would say
9/11.
No, not that. I would just say, do you remember Christmas last year?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, now we're dealing with, 9 months, 10 months, 11 months, whatever it is.
You can't even remember that half the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but time goes fast.
Yeah.
Right. So even if they're 20, they can remember when they first got their license, and it's going to feel like it was just yesterday to them. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think when you were describing the phases, I was thinking, like kids, I don't care what anybody tells me. Kids like culture and being in a culture of consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody likes consistency. We like stable environments. And kids, it's almost like, if you look at the phase, there's a phase of like establishing the consistency. So like work ethic or whatever bullshit term you want to use, but it's just be consistent, show up, do this work. And you do that for an extended time frame. You get them through 3 months, then you get them through 6 months, and you get them through a year, and you got them bought into that, and they become part. Then they're living in the culture. Then they take the consistency, and then they become the culture. That's what they are. Their identity is derived from the culture that they're in, the intensity, the exercise or whatever movements that they're training for, the performance. And then 3, 4 years, 5 years down the road, they start to see the next thing is like this big goal of, like, let's say at the high school level, win a state title. Then after that, it becomes much more of like, now they see these memories. You know, you win a state title, that's a memory. You win you achieve something great, it's a memory. But it starts really with
they understand consistency better than you think.
Yeah.
Right. Where they made it through junior high school, right? If they graduated from high school, they made it through high school, so that's 3 or 4 years, depending on how the school system's set up, which means they were consistent. They went to class every day. They have these ingrained habits. They already know all those. The thing is, how do you take that and plug that in, to training, which they actually probably like more than the school.
Oh, way more.
But think about it. They still graduate. They still made it through junior. They still made it through elementary school, which was 7 fucking years, 6 or 7 years, right?
Yeah.
Including kindergarten, maybe more. They made it through that, right? So they have that innate ability. They've already displayed it.
Yeah.
Right. So it's up to the coach or the mentor or whoever to be able to bring that out, to be able to show it. That's different than saying, oh, these kids are entitled. They don't know how to work. They don't know how to be consistent. Bullshit. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They made it through elementary school. They made it through junior high school. They made it through high school. Some people, make it through college. Like it's there. The trick is, how do you bring that out in them?
The trick is, how do you bring that out in them in a time when there's just more distractions currently that pull you away from the consistency? The consistency ask currently is social media for a kid. So it's like, look, I'm not saying you get rid of social media. I'm saying let's figure out how to fight social media and the school so that you train more. Not that, sometimes I tell them stop worrying about school so much, but that's good. So basically it's caring, education, live life as close to the standard, be the best standard, I guess, essentially. Going off of that, I wanted to go into when we're, as a coach or even in this case, okay, here's an example. I walk into this gym and I'm almost like, I would say high arousal let's just say a high arousal. I come in here, I'm like, holy shit, these machines, the bars, everything I could do in here is amazing, right? One thing that I struggle with as a coach is what in the education sense too, is taking it like, what's the next big thing? What's the next big thing that's going to make my system better? What's the next big thing that's going to break this mold even more so that we can make the greatest athletes ever? When I came in here, at EliteFTS, I'm thinking, what in here could I utilize that to the highest degree? And I was thinking, for you personally, is there a machine in here, or is there a barbell in here that you would, or multiple things that you would be like, dude, you're talking about max strength, you're talking about speed, these two things, this thing is it that you're missing out on? Like, so like, what coaches? I
wouldn't say that so much as I would say they just need to know how to coach a fucking barbell, right?
Yeah.
Because there's the mystical world where I can say, look, these would be my favorite pieces of equipment, favorite specialty bars and all that. And this is this mystical fantasy social media type of world. But then there's the reality that most of the coaches don't even know how to teach the basic barbell lifts. So fuck all that shit until you can learn how to teach the basic barbell lift from that total beginner that maybe 12, to the person that is the highest skilled lifter that you're going to work for the demographic you serve. So I chose those words very specifically because the exact technique that, say, an advanced powerlifter would need to break a world record is not going to be the technique level that a football strength coach is going to have their football team squad, do. Yeah. It's just not. At a point, there's just diminishing returns. There's so many other skill sets, that have to be taught with that. But for a lot of people, just when you're looking at just the basic barbell lifts, the technique is fucking terrible. The effort's there, which is even more frustrating, especially if you visit, a strength and conditioning facility or, college setting, D1 setting, whatever it's going to be. The effort's there, right? The desire's there because the kids are working hard.
Yeah.
But goddamn, the form sucks. So, create a better system to be able to get the form better, for them to eventually not get hurt. Because I understand the argument. Like, if the form is off and that it's a subpar form and they get stronger at that subpar form, yes, they still got stronger. I get that. I understand that. But when you're talking about subpar form that, can be disastrous if they put 300 more pounds on that lift. Then that needs to be kind of like peeled back and then build up. Aside from that, on that technical aspect, if you can clean up the technique on most lifts, then they're able to display their strength more efficiently, right? So you may have kids that are definitely capable of squatting 400 pounds, but they may only be representing that with 275 because the form isn't really good. So if you can fix their form and fix their technique, and then they do squat that 400 pounds, in your head, maybe they got 25 pounds stronger, but the other 100 pounds came from technique, but to them, they still squatted this much more. So it's a way bigger win. The fact was they just weren't able to display their strength efficiently. Now, as the strength coach, there's another level to that, is you need to be able to take that strength and have it display efficiently in what they actually do,
right,
which was the correspondence that we were talking about later.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of like next level for most coaches. They just need to worry about that first part.
Yeah.
Being able to display their strength efficiently in the movements that you have them do. And if you have to chop them down to only 12 movements or 20 movements total until they're fine, then that's what you do.
When do you determine to bring in the mystical barbells?
When all these other things are fine and when they're all good, right? Because it's a double-edged sword, right? Because a lot of people are they love consistency and certainty, like you said, or let's just use certainty. Like they love certainty, and if you start to make more uncertain environments, their stress level is going to go up because it freaks them out.
Yeah.
Right. So those would be the type of people that if you were to go like pure conjugate, things are changing all the time, they're probably not going to do very well.
Right.
Because they don't know what the fuck's coming next. They have no idea. There's another type of person that loves that uncertainty, so they're going to go fucking crazy. They hate linear shit that's always the same.
Mm-hmm.
They would never be able to thrive with that. So the sooner you could implement in different implements and different things, the better they're going to be able to grasp and really drive with that. From a business sense, that's the difference between, say, your accountant and a customer service rep.
Yeah. Customer service rep can handle a million
and
things.
Thrive on it.
Yeah.
Right. So you flip flop them and they're both stressed. And now you're dealing with stress hormones and all this other shit's associated with that.
Yeah.
But so with that being said, because those are kind of outliers, because most people will be able to handle, different training stimulus because their passion isn't draining. Right.
Yeah.
So I would implement them in based upon weaknesses that you find. I mean, yes, you can put them in just because it's different, right? That's probably why most people put it in. But if you're starting to find these weaknesses in certain lifts that can be addressed because you're going to put the bar higher, safety squat bar, it's going to pitch them forward, just make them correct their torso alignment without you really even having to coach it. The bar just magically just kind of fixes that. The bands on a squat would be an example. If you have kids that just don't understand compensatory acceleration, they always stand up slow. They always stand up slow.
And this is teaching them.
You throw a band on there and they do that, they're not coming up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it needs to be extreme band tension, but it's a hack, to be able to help that. Same example would be on a squat. If they just don't know how to brace, root, get tight, put a band on there and have them walk it out. All that's going to happen immediately because it's going to throw them all over the place. So there's reasons to be able to throw all these things in that it can help them technically and work on those weak points as well. So I would rather see the things implemented in for those type of reasons and then just for the change of the stimulus.
Okay. That's helpful. Really helpful. Okay. That sort of leads into my next question was going to be, God, I have like 4 or 5 of these that are going to be going too long where it's like, I was thinking when you were talking through the safety squat. Okay. I was thinking, I'm like, oh, safety squat pulls you forward. And then, you look at the safety squat to a box. Personally, I feel it helps with your squat and it also helps with your pull. And I wanted to see, maybe is there a top 3 power lifter based? I'll stay with the brand right now. The mystical movements, the top 3. What would you pull from for bench squat dead? That are the variations that you would be like, you've got to be able to master these specific types of patterns to be elite as a power lifter.
I don't know if I would look at it that way. I'd look at it more of the way I like to try to explain, because you'll have anterior pelvic tilt, posterior pelvic tilt, and all this stuff. What I like to talk about is you have arching and bending.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So you have some movements, like you can do a reverse hyper both ways. Right. So you can do a reverse hyper to where you're really strict and you're arching really hard. Right.
Yep.
You can also do a reverse hyper where you let your back bend and it kind of like pulls you through. Right. So there's that arching and there's the bending. You can do a good morning the same way. You can do a good morning where you're rounding over. You can do a good morning where you're more arch. It's going to change the emphasis. One of them's more of a hip hinge. One of the other one's not. Right. So if we break it down and make it super simple, there's the arching and the bending. So there's a balance between those two, right? And when one's more emphasized than the other, right? So say when I was at Westside, Louis was very adamant about we got to kind of like balance this arching and the bending. So we'd have like an arch back, good morning, rounded back, good morning. You'd have strict reverse hypers, rounded reverse hypers. You'd have a low safety squat, bar squat, which is going to kind of cause you to round a little bit more. Then you have like a good morning, which is going to be more arch to be able to kind of keep that balance through there. What I typically see if I'm looking through somebody's exercise history is it's going to dominantly always be one.
Okay.
Not the other. Right. So, and if it's the lats, it's a little bit easier to kind of explain what I'm talking about. And you can have pull downs, you can have rows, you have all these different things that are supposed to target all these different muscle groups, right? Where I can break it down and say you have lat movements that you're doing with your elbows out, you have lat movements that you're doing with your elbows in. Right. So if you have your elbows in, you're going to be able to target more of your lats. If you have your elbows out, you're going to be able to target more of your upper back. You can do that on a pull down. You can do it on a row. So the pull down isn't, you see what I'm saying? So people will classify the pull down as, hey, this is going to be better for your lats. The row is going to be better for your, mid back, upper back, but it depends upon what your elbows are doing, where your elbow position is.
What would you say with that with pressing?
I guess you could kind of look at it the same way, but with the pressing, you're looking more at, keeping that forearm angle. It's all about that straight forearm angle. So where their elbows are going to be is going to be determined upon where that angle can be held, right? This from Olympic weightlifting, right?
Yep.
So you can't really say one or the other because people's upper arm is going to be different. But if you make it very simple, like we need a straight arm angle. Some people may have to do the overhead press in the bars this far fucking in front of them.
Yeah.
Other ones are going to be able to bring it, back further. So sometimes it's doing a disservice to say, well, you need to start with it here.
Yeah.
Well, some people do that and it's all fucking jacked up.
So you're looking at, in this specific case with arching, bending, elbows in, elbows out, forearm angle to a point here, right? Like,
I mean, if you're looking at like deadlifts, the RDL to a stiff leg deadlift, we're talking about shin angle.
Yeah. Okay.
You're talking about arching and rounding too,
yeah.
Right? Because in RDL, you're going to be more in an arch position. Stiff leg, you're going to be more rounded. But so the point I'm making with that side of it is you'll see people are inherently kind of biased towards one, right? And then when you're able to stick in the other.
What do you think establishes the bias?
How they've been taught to do the movements. So you'll have some that have been brought up that have been taught you need to arch on everything.
Yeah.
I was one of those. I was kind of taught that. I didn't learn until years later. That's not really what we were doing. We were actually neutral, but we were being told to arch because that was how we were activate our back to be able to stay tight. But when you have 2 leaders for erectors, you're not going to see this banana arch when somebody is in that arch position. I didn't realize that until I started going out trying to coach people that and realize I wrote all this shit. Then I see these banana backs. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm doing what you wrote. I'm like, well, boom, that's not really, what I want with that. But if that's how they've kind of been taught, you need to keep a anterior pelvic tilt, basically, right?
Yeah.
Then their squat's gonna be that way. Their good morning's gonna be that way. Their deadlift's gonna be that way. And
they're gonna hate front squats because it almost makes them not in that way.
Yes.
And they're gonna be like, oh, front squats are terrible.
Yes. Yep.
It's funny you say with that bias, and it is basically essentially what we're taught. And I often think about this with the weightlifting, powerlifting discussion. It's like, why am I a weightlifting coach? Like, why do I use that in my training? I grew up, and the first exposure I had was when I was in 7th grade. I learned how to clean. So I grew up with that. I was successful. That's my bias towards it. And I think that, and it's also that way with people who grow up in a powerlifting system. And it's like, the sooner, as a coach, what's ironic here is like the sooner I can identify that in my own training and I'm writing a young kids program, that's where I'm trying to pull some of these little nuggets, especially with the shin angle stuff. You start to see things like around, it really just comes back to a balance of all of these different.
Well, there's also an exercise in your development of education of a coach, right? Is A, can you pinpoint what your bias is? Then B, can you pinpoint what somebody else's bias is? And then C, can you find the similarities across all of them?
Yeah.
Because we can look at weightlifting, we can look at powerlifting, hell, we can look at strongman, we can look across the board. And at a certain point, the training and how everything's laid out is very similar. The only thing that really changes is what motor abilities that we're trying to develop and how many. Right? When you reduce it down to a bench specialist, when you got not a whole lot of motor abilities that you have to develop, right?
Yeah.
Then you take that into 3 lifts with powerlifting, there's a little bit more, but that's a completely different developmental from a motor ability standpoint than what Olympic weightlifting was going to be, which is going to be vastly different than what your field athlete's going to be.
Yep.
Right. And that's where you start to see people's biases really be exposed, because they'll think that their way is the only way. Like the only way you can train the football players is with the Olympic lifts. The only way you can train them is with powerlifting. The only way you can train them is with bodybuilding. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you can get everybody stronger to a point with all 3 of those, but we're talking about a whole completely different thing going on here.
Yep.
And so that's very, it doesn't mean you can't learn from those people. Right. I would say the best people to learn from are going to be the ones that are most biased in their discipline. Right. Now, if they can handle the questions that you're going to ask that may violate their bias, that's a different question. Right. But they're going to excel at their bias, which will allow you to pull those nuggets to be able to put into what you're developing.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the philosophy is ever changing.
Yeah.
Right. The only caution to that is after so many years, you got to watch how much it's really changing, especially if you got something that's successful.
Yeah. And it's pulling away from the system.
Yes.
Too much.
And not building it.
I mean, was there anything like that that you felt like with Westside or with even just your own training where you're like, this got a little too far?
Yeah. I mean, we were always kind of pushing the boundaries, but typically that was, I guess with the Circumax phase, extending that out to 6 weeks, and you got to kind of play within your battlefield to kind of figure out what's the most optimal. But I would say that, yes, it's kind of biased in such a way, but when you violate that and then you learn, then you can bring it back to what's going to be the most optimal from that. Whereas, I could go to a point to say where some of those phases were not what I would consider dynamic, because the load was so high.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That it's really not. It's like max effort.
Yeah, you're doing 2 max effort workouts basically.
Yeah. So what happened during those phases, though, that max effort day no longer became max effort. It became more triples and 5s, with sub-maximal weight.
Yeah. And
then it became more of this peaking into the whole thing, which when you step back from it, it's like, oh shit, this kind of looks a lot like block.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So there's phasic structures that inherently lay itself out in any of these disciplines. If you step back and look, even if they say, no, there's not.
It still does.
It still does, right? Because these certain principles that we're talking about, they work across all domains. People would just rename them, recategorize them, move them around. And they don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. Because they're just trying to figure their own shit out. But when it's all laid out, you're going to find the same basic things.
It's like you alter the nuance favorable to your own experience in your setting with your audience or population to form your system. But when someone can view it from further out away from you, it's really, the principles are still going to be the same shit.
No, I think it's a great exercise for any aspiring coach, is look at programs that other coaches have created that are longer than fucking 12 weeks, right? So look at those and then try to tell us where the base of this comes from. Is this base coming from, you know, in all periodization is the same, right? So we can talk Western method periodization. I could still say it's block because you got a hypertrophy phase.
Yeah.
So that, but for most, they're not going to understand the intricacies of that. They're going to see here's a linear, here's a block, here's a conjugate, and they're going to see them all as separate, even though the same mechanisms are at work.
Yeah.
But take anybody's program and see where you can pin it, you know, and if you can see where you can pin it, then you're starting to better understand what that overreaching periodization is. Right. And that's a great exercise to be able to do, because it should be very simple for somebody that's really getting into the weeds of this. Like, oh, this is just straight Western linear periodization. Cool. Fine. What's this one? Well, this is like 5-3-1. What's this one? Well, this kind of looks more blocked. Cool. Right.
Yeah.
Like it's like bottom tier programming, but it's enough to be able to say, okay, you understand some of the differences here. Now, where are they all the same?
Yeah. And then seeing where they're all seeing where they're all the same, comparing where they're the same. And I mean,
well, if you can't understand the blocks as being individual components first, like here's a block built for explosive strength, here's a block built for max effort strength. If you can't understand that basic concept first, then there's no way in fucking hell you're going to understand any transitional blocks.
Yeah.
And the best programs are going to involve those transitional blocks, because you can have a block for including explosive strength, but then not have another one for, you know, 5 months.
Yeah.
And those abilities have completely diminished because they're gone.
Yeah.
Right. So in essence, you can say everything's conjugate in a way, but it's not. But if you see what I'm saying, if you don't understand the basic differences of how long does it take to develop this motor ability in general?
Yep.
And then how long will it sustain after it's ceased?
Yep.
Right. If you can't understand those basics, you're not going to understand how to stitch things in.
Yeah. Yeah, the stitching of the aspects makes it. That's the fun nuance, and that's where I think a lot of the best coaches thrive. Is like everybody can lay out a basic system. I mean, not everybody, but most decent coaches can say, "Here's the system." But the interweaving, or how you described it, that stitching is really where you start to see like, oh, that's how this phase led to this phase, which led to this result.
Or why this certain thing is in there, to where I'll use a powerlifter I've helped in the past, to where he can build great explosive strength, dynamic work. And then if we pulled that to be able to lead into a meet, usually within 4 to 5 weeks, you start to notice there's a little bit of a decrease in that explosive component coming out of the bottom.
Yeah. Right.
So does that mean you got to throw dynamic squats back in, or do you just throw box jumps in? Right. So it's like, okay, now why does this guy only have box jumps thrown in once every 3 weeks and they're not even that hard? Well, because we don't want to lose this ability.
A little twitchy.
Yeah. By more than X percent. It's still going to lose by a certain degree, but instead of fictitiously losing it by 20%, we can only lose it. We can maintain it at maybe a 10% loss, which is fine for what we're going to do.
Yeah.
But if we let it completely diminish, then there goes his PR. Right. And that's the nuance of coaching. That's fun, but you got to understand why and what the mechanisms are behind all that.
When you say dynamic squats, how do you see what, like, give me versions of a dynamic squat in your mind?
I want to say like 0.8 meters per second, right? But there's going to be some genetic components with that too.
What about exercise type, like actual exercise?
I would start with a box squat, because I can teach them the bottom position and the compensatory acceleration a little bit better, because there is that stop and then flex out of the bottom.
Yep.
And then once that's developed, the box can be removed, you know, because there's other nuances that can fall in there, you know, with some people, if they're more of a drop and rebound down the bottom, that's going to disrupt, you know, their innate. I'm not going to say it's going to take away their stretch reflex, but it's going to take away the way that they're displaying it.
Yeah.
You know, with that. So with those people, you got to be careful on how far you're going to pull that away, because the inhibition they're going to develop may take away their ability to drop out of that bottom of that. The way I'm going to determine the weight, because everybody gets all caught up in, you know, winning will say this percentage, somebody else says this percentage, Louis says this percentage, is they make this shit all too fucking complicated that that if you take a bench press, for example, and really doesn't matter what somebody benches, but if I just throw a dime on each side of the bar and then tell you to press this as fast as you can, your shoulders and shit are going to come off of the bench. You're going to hyperextend shit. But if with each set that I do in this workout, all we do is add a dime every set that you go. At a certain point, we're going to be able to see you're displaying really good force output, right? Whatever that weight is, say it's 200 pounds, like no longer are you hyperextending shit and looking, I'm not telling people to hyperextend things, but no longer does it look like the weight's way too light. It looks like this is a weight that you're able to display force with. The next set we throw another dime on, the next set we throw another dime on. And then at some point in time, it's going to start to slow down and you're not going to be able to display that force. Say you start to display it at 200, but then it starts to diminish. It's 250, right? Cool. Now I know your 3-week wave, 200, 225, 250.
Yeah.
Right. So we're not fucking with percentages. We're looking at real life. Here's what it is. The form's maintained. The force output's good. Everything's good. Here's your 3-week wave. This is what we're going to work on. So it's not even based on a max. It's not even based on any of that. It's based upon what you see with the force output and the technical efficiency.
All right, I want to go a little bit off of that and maybe even a little bit more into the nuance part here. And this was a question. I was talking to one of my buddies who's pretty big on Instagram. He's an absolute hoss about volume. And he believes that volume should be, there's no clear definition for volume. And this sort of relates to the MELSIF discussion of like, when do we discuss volume? How do you identify volume so the impact of stress, is it just a rep? But then what about range of motion? What about tension with bands or chains? What about an isometric if you're pausing or something? How do you see volume in its simplest form or maybe in its simplest and its most complex form to be able to how do you quantify that in the training?
The way that I define volume is very simple. It's sets times reps. Bottom line. Now, if we're going to go sets times reps times weight, now we're talking workload. So we're discussing something completely different at that point, right? So that's the important thing when discussing volume with people, is to have an agreed upon definition of what you're actually talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And intensity is the same thing, right? Because we can talk about intensity as having a strength background, and generally that's represented with a 1 rep max. A bodybuilder will talk about intensity, how we would see effort.
Yep.
How hard are you working? Right. So while very basic words, they have completely different meanings based upon who you're speaking to. Right. So, the intensity is not high enough. We're going to think, well, Jesus Christ, it's only supposed to be 60%.
Yeah.
Right. When they're talking about he's not working hard enough.
Yeah.
Effort and intensity are two different things. Both of them have to be anchored as well. So if you want an effort of 10, well, what is a 10? Have you anchored that with that athlete? Because if you want them to work at 8, but they don't know what 10 is, they probably don't know what the 8 is either. Right. And they know what the 0 is. So you already have half the anchor already set. You have 0 set. It's a little bit easier to anchor intensity because it is that percentage of a 1 rep max, which is kind of interesting because, an RPE of 3 is what, 90%, 3 reps in reserves, kind of like 90%.
Yeah.
So they kind of all align to a certain degree. So now on to the volume. With that being said, you can look at the volume of a whole training day, which personally, I really don't like to do that. And I tracked it for a long time. And Super Training MELSIF has a few pages on, how to kind of track volume and stuff like that. I personally like to track it based upon intensity block. But even more simple than that, if you're looking at the hierarchy of a training day, your first 1 or 2 movements are going to basically be the most important, right? So if it's strength work, it's going to be the lower reps, the higher intensity. But then if you move after that first group of movements, a lot of times it's only 1. But if you move after that first group of movements, which I just call main movement, right? Yeah. Then the second group of movements I would call supplemental movements. those are going to be the movements that will help build those main movements. Typically, they're going to be trained in that 5 to 8 rep range. So if you're talking like daily undulating periodization, which every training program kind of has, that would be that next block. Then that third block would be the accessories, hypertrophy shit, 8 to 12, stuff like that. Now, if you can measure the volume of each one of those blocks independently, right? Now you're kind of looking at Perlipin's chart in a way, right? Because it kind of breaks it down like that, which may apply to weight. There's nuances in there too. And it's also a big fucking range if you look at it. Right. So it's a bigger range than people think. But that's how, with the strength work, that's how I would look at that. Because if somebody's asking about volume, I'm thinking volume of what? Right? Because if the volume of one of those components exceeds the capacity of the lifter, you just devoured the whole rest of the component one main lift. If the volume's way too high, your ability to perform any supplemental or accessory works is going to tank, kind of like the energy bar that we're talking about. Now, if the volume work of the bodybuilding work at the very bottom is too high, you may have just fucked up the next training day. Right? Now, all this combined, though, is going to define what we would kind of look into is work capacity. Like, what is the work capacity? The athlete's ability to do work, over a period of time. And then what's the work capacity? You kind of alluded to this earlier. What are the work capacity demands of the athlete, when it's participating in their sport, right? Because we can increase work capacity over a period of time almost infinitely. CrossFit athletes train their fucking asses. Their work capacity is through the roof, right? So the question there would be, where's the ceiling on where the work capacity has to be able to allow, optimal recovery from what they're doing? And then working within the work capacity of that. So in other words, most athletes you're going to work with aren't going to have the work capacity to maybe do your full program the way that you want it to be done. Right. So that work capacity is going to increase either by just adaptations to the program, or you regress in the program to slowly build them up to where you want them to be. That's what you do with your beginners when you're coming in, so that's there. But the bigger question is, where's the threshold of where the work capacity is enough for what you want to actually be displayed? Right. That's the question. And that's the holy grail everybody's kind of seeking. But I don't know if it's really worth the time and effort to seek it that much if you're looking at their ability to recover from the demands and the stimulus that they're being placed on. If they're not recovering, then obviously the volume, or work capacity, however you want to look at that, is too high somewhere within the program.
Okay, so I guess maybe off of that, because I wanted to go into a CrossFit discussion, but maybe that's not the best thing, because I was thinking, I'll just say this. I was thinking, I feel like CrossFitters can handle a higher workload because there's so many different movements. And I think the workload, when there's more variation in exercise, is easier to have higher overall work.
Well, they develop it too, right? So look at a lot of wrestlers.
Yeah, same.
I mean, they train at levels that they probably don't really even need to train at. Right. So, and that goes back to that question of like, what is optimal? Right. Where I don't know if it is above what they really need to do, but they're able to recover from it. Is that detrimental to their performance? I don't know. The bigger conversation would be, is it detrimental to the last years that they would have in their sport? Is this gonna kick them just from wear and tear, 10 years down the line when they might be, close to Olympic territory, but now they're so beat up they can't be. And that's kind of why there's that nuance where everybody's trying to figure this whole thing out. Then there's going to be, I mean, if you're physically fucking programming people, though, you're not going to be able to infinitely keep increasing work capacity, because you're going to have blocks to where it's going to have to drop. Because that block's going to be more specific to maximal strength, to where you don't want to have, you can't have that in there because they won't be able to develop to the same degree. So a phasic structure of training kind of solves all these problems.
What do you say to somebody who tells you, like, I don't really periodize?
First off, they probably are. Like, if we're really kind of lay it all out, if they're making any progress, they probably are. Or what they're doing is very, very, very low volume, right?
Yeah.
So the squat every day, that type of thing. It's very low volume over that period of time to where it's in there, but it's still not sustainable. We all know that.
Yeah.
It's not, right. And if they compete in any nature whatsoever, I'm telling you, it's there.
Yeah.
It's going to be there. They just don't know what it's called.
Yeah. Like you have, if you weren't periodizing, there'd be a random day that you would be a max benching. Let's just say a day before a competition.
Yes.
But if you're
if somebody's saying what I do, it doesn't involve any periodization whatsoever, I would say that you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I'd be the last person that you want to listen to, because all they're trying to do are to make statements to be able to put out there for marketing purposes, which are just ignorant.
Okay. Bodybuilding lifts that transfer to powerlifting.
I don't look at it that way. I guess you probably could if you want to talk about strength endurance, say the triceps ability to push through a bench. To me, that gets a little bit too nuanced. I'm looking at that more as the ability to be able to carry over because of increased muscle mass or not losing muscle mass they already have, right? Because you may have some people that are doing hypertrophy work, but they really, because of the sport demands, weight caps and stuff like that, can't afford to add muscle mass, but they certainly can't lose it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's in there for that. I would also say it's in there to be able to put them through ranges of motion that will protect them in case anything ever goes south. Right. So if you look at powerlifting, the whole sport, I don't care if it's USAPL or the highest squatter, right? The whole sport is taking movements to try to reduce them to the smallest range of motion they possibly can to be able to get white lights. Right.
Yep.
So compare that to an Olympic squat, right? Yeah. There's still a big difference between a legal squat and what an Olympic squat is, right? So if that's the squat, then the bench press is trying to shorten that range, and the bench press isn't taking the shoulder girdle through a full range of motion either, and the deadlift with the back, right? So when you're dealing with these limited ranges of motion, what happens if something goes south or you fall outside of that range of motion and you're not prepared to be able to handle the stress of that? Right now, you can take body movement like you mentioned the overhead tricep extension. That's taking that elbow joint through a further range of motion than they're typically going to get on the bench press. Right, it's being statically held in a squat, and having strength in those ranges of motion beyond what's normally used is only going to benefit them from the injury preventative standpoint. Right. When you're dealing with field athletes, it plays into that even more so, because most non-contact injuries are going to happen because something happens to be able to shift that joint into a range of motion they're not strong
they've
in.
never been trained in.
Yeah. Right. So it needs to be kind of like part of the program, but it doesn't have to be the whole entire program unless you have that person that's on their last leg and they only have 2 years left.
Yeah.
Then I would argue this probably needs to be almost their entire program.
Yeah.
With trying to maintain the strength that they have because of that. So again, it's going to fall based upon the generation that they're actually in their career as well. Where the teenage kid, how much emphasis do they really need on that? They probably have all those ranges of motion.
Yeah.
They just don't have the stability in those ranges. They don't have coordination in those ranges, but they have them, right? Because it hasn't tightened up or they haven't fucked it up or whatever happens through that. That's how I see the bodybuilding work in the strength realm, right? Unless it's a phase that's focusing on that, and the hypertrophy phase, which is also very interesting when you really think that through, because an athlete will think that as, hey, this is my time to get jacked. And they think that they're going to get as jacked as a bodybuilder in a fucking 2-month block.
Yeah.
Than a bodybuilder will in a whole year. And it just doesn't work that way. Right. So you can build the capacity for that, but then it has to kind of be integrated in to be able to at least maintain it. I don't know how much building of that you're going to do without PEDs when you're running into these other phases.
Yeah.
That's again where you can get into the real intricacies of, transitional phases and even short 1 or 2 week phases that just focus on the hypertrophy that may be spread out through a strength block to be able to build more muscle. Usually what happens if somebody's training through those strength blocks and they build more muscle or add more weight or whatever it is, it's usually just water and so forth. It's not the muscle that they really think it is.
Yeah. I was thinking too there, like, did you ever, when you were training heavy, like with John, was there ever an exercise that you're like, damn, maybe I should have done this more when I was powerlifting?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, yeah. I'm going to take that back. Single leg work.
Okay.
Right. Because I did a little bit, but usually not a whole lot. I just didn't see the value in that because I'm expressing my strength bilaterally, so what the fuck is the point? It never made sense to me.
Yeah.
And then when I started training with it, it's like, oh my God, I suck at this stuff bad.
Yeah.
Right. So,
and if you would have raised that just a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think looking back, it would have helped. Would it have prevented 2 prosthetic hips? I don't know, but would it have pushed it back a little bit further? Maybe.
Okay. Best, a rep set scheme. What is like a secret rep set scheme? I think about like dynamic, like 10 doubles, or 10 singles every 60 seconds for dynamic. But what would be like a unique rep set scheme that you use or that you have used that you're like, it's a wave or some form of a different scheme than what people are used to? For anything.
I've never been one of those people that liked a lot of work sets, because I came up during the time where you worked up to 1 work set.
Yeah. The Dorian Yates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, just even for strength,
yeah.
Maybe 2 sets of 3, 2 sets of 5. But even with that, I hated that, right? Because I would always put like a chip on the second set. Cause like, why am I doing what I just fucking did?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be a little bit more. I always hated that. The dynamic work was a little bit different because in essence, it's just an EMOM.
Yeah.
Right. So there's the heart rate, there's all the things that kind of play into that isn't really load related, but it's effort related.
Yeah.
That I related to a lot. When it came to bodybuilding stuff or anything around those lines, I always kind of default back into the 2 work sets, which are going to be either to failure or 1 rep. I'm not going to say to failure, 1 rep shy of failure. Right. So I kind of always inherently just default to that. Sometimes I would change the tempo to be able to have lower loads. So there would be less joint damage because it's a slower tempo, but that's where I wanted that to go. With John, what got interesting is that went from 2 to like 6. Right. Which is what's fine. To me, I just bored as fuck. It's like, are we ever done? The work didn't bother me, but it's like, I'd rather just do more exercises instead of the same thing all over again, where to me I kind of felt like I already did what I needed to do.
Let's move to the next thing.
Let's just move to the next thing. But that also provided more growth than what I experienced doing other things.
Yeah.
So having the higher number of work sets, if I could go back, I probably would have reduced the number of, say if it was a chest day, reduced the number of movements from say 5 to 3, but have more work sets, I think would have been better for me.
Yeah.
With that.
Okay. On that, I can you go into just a little bit with for anyone listening that might be like, well, what does heart rate have to do with dynamic effort stuff?
I never really concerned myself with that much because we were working on, time intervals. The only thing I would say with that is you still need to be able to brace, right? So if the heart rate is so high that you're not able to get your air to be able to brace, then you need a little bit more time to be able to get down. But over a period of time, you should be able to chip it down to where you need to, especially if it's only 2 reps. You should be able to hold depending upon the load, you should be able to do 2 reps. I mean, you should be able to hold the same air for 2 reps.
Yeah.
Depending upon the load. But the heart rate factor, I never really, I base that more on the ability to brace and breathe.
I mean, don't you even think that's one of those simple, how do you teach somebody how to brace on a back squat? They're about to descend. What do you tell them?
Well, if they have a belt on, I'll use that kind of as a teaching tool where almost everybody can understand, to be able to, try to pull air low I don't want to say pull air into your belly because you physically can't do that. It still goes into your lungs, but you can try to pull low and then flex, try to flex into the belt. Everybody can understand how to do that from the front.
Yeah.
Right. When it comes to the sides and low back, it gets a little tricky. With the low back, if I can stick my fingers behind their belt and have them press, and figure out how to get tension on the fingers, or if it's a loading, like a lot of rack attachments now have fatter loading pins, a 1-inch loading pin. I can stick that back there.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times that's being created because they're either in too much of an anterior or posterior or pelvic tilt. Right. Yeah. So they're not able to really get that tension in there with that. So that's where I would start. But if I'm taking somebody through it and trying to teach them, the first thing I always have them do is to lay on the floor. Even advanced lifters that come out for the train your ass off things to do, I'm going to have them lay on the floor. I'm going to almost like Paul check it, right? I'm going to tell them to pull their belly, pull their stomach in as much as they can, and then flex their abs. Because everybody knows how to do that. Everybody. That's not what I want them to do when they squat. I just want them to know what it feels like to actually flex their abs, right? Because sometimes to be able to get them to truly understand that, you may have to have them actually go into a little bit of a crunch, so bring the pubic bone, sternum down. Yeah. Sometimes, if it's a Gen Pop client, I put like a blood pressure cuff under their lower back to make sure that it's still pushed down, because you can see the number on that, because you don't want that back arching. Right. Yeah. So once they can understand how to flex their abs and still in that laying position, I'm going to have them breathe, pull into as much air into their torso as they can, and then flex. Yeah. Right. So that connects it. Most people pass that without any problems, but I never assume anything. Right. So never assume that they know how to flex their abs. Right. Because a lot don't.
And would you teach this for deadlift as well?
Yes. Right. But what you got to be careful of there is what they're going to end up doing, with the sternum. Even with a squat, you got to watch that, right? Because if they pull and the sternum comes up too high, now they're stretching the abdominal wall and they're not going to be able to brace, right? Yeah. Where old cues of chest up, chest up, chest up, that may apply to some because it's too compressed, right? They're not able to get as much air, as much tension because they're basically in a crunch position where they're not going to be able to get their neck packed because of that position that they're in. Even some people that have very forward head position, their neck is still packed and the bar path is still driving in a straight line. So you need to know, I'm looking at bar path most of the time, if it's a squat, to be able to tell the bracing, right? Because it may deviate a little bit on the way down, but on the way up, it should be a straight line. Yeah. If it's not a straight line, that means something is happening, right? It could be that when they took the pick out, they pulled the air, the bar comes way up, right? And then when they may not brace, so the bar never really comes back down. So they pull that big air, the bar comes up, it stays up. They squat down, it gets pitched forward. Where some lifters, you'll see the bar go up, it'll come down, steady, then they'll go. Personally, I still don't like that, but I like the bar just to stay in one place and everything mechanically happen through there. But that's kind of where I would start. I kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent, but that's how I can kind of gauge it, is by looking at the bar path. Then if it's deviating, like, what is this? Is this, upper back? What's happening here? Is it neck? What it's going to be? Most of the time it's in the tension required in the torso in a squat as you go down should increase. For a lot of people, it will decrease, right? And a lot of times it's because they're just letting out a little bit too much air, or they don't understand how much tension needs to be put into that. Right. The bench becomes a little bit more nuanced because you are arching. So you kind of are opening and stretching the abdominal wall some, but it still has to be tight to be able to have that stability and the transfer that you're looking for. To get back to the deadlift, what I was saying is you got to watch the position kind of the bar in relationship to the shins and the foot. Right. So I'll look at the shoulder blade, and where the shoulder blade is in relationship to the bar. Right, the shoulder blade should be like right over. Yeah. Right? It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be here. It should be right in there. But then from there, what else has to move to be able to maintain that position? So the shin angle may have to start further or forward or back.
Are you telling them to exhale at all?
If they get through if they're in a sticking point and they need to pull through. Now, if it's a max single, no, I would rather not, unless some people have a tendency to faint, shit like that. So there's a nuance here too. But if they're coming through and they're going through a sticking point and it's a deadlift and they're going to exhale, I'd rather see it be, small.
To get through.
Yeah, to be able to get through and say straight through, because that can drop the torso and then the bar falls forward.
When you see someone faint, what do you think that is?
Blood pressure.
Is there a way to prevent it?
Breathe.
Knee jump on the deadlift. Getting through what do you see that as?
I'd have to see it directly, but my default would probably be weak hamstrings. With that, because the leg, that's the quad shaking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can say it's a weak quads, but it could be the hamstrings that are unable to actually stabilize through that. So it could be quads. It could be. Right. So you got to kind of see like where it's happening and then what happens and when it goes away. Because it may get to a certain point, shake, then it goes away. What happened when it went away?
Yeah.
Right. What, was it the hips coming through?
Yeah.
What exactly is coming through? Because it could also be they're not pushing their hips through and they're just trying to extend the knee, right, instead of the hips. And for some, if you're dealing with athletes too, and this needs to be said too, they don't have to deadlift off the floor, right? They have short arms, long torso. There's no rule that says they have to be off the floor. You can put them on blocks and they're going to be able to maintain the back position that you're looking for through that whole thing. When you're dealing with people that are 6'4", stuff like that, they're not built to fucking deadlift, right? So their range of motion is going to be tremendous. There's the only rule that says you have to pull off the floor is because the fucking plates are made that big.
Yeah.
Right. If the plates were made bigger, it's just, and I think they were made that size because of Olympic weightlifting, because they didn't want people to fucking knock their throats off.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
Yeah. When you see somebody set up, I got like two questions. When you see somebody set up in the deadlift, what are you looking at, like eyeball wise? Like, are there 2 spots, 3 spots?
I look more at the thoracic and basically how their spine's lining up, right? Because if they're looking if they're looking straight forward or up too much, they're not going to be able to engage their glutes the way that you want them to engage their glutes. For a lot of people, they're going to have to look down to be able to get the glutes to engage, right? So it's kind of like trial and error, so you'll watch, and then you'll see, and then for some, maybe I got to pull it up because I need that packed neck, right? Where other people, when they end up there and then ends up in that fucked up type of position again. So if I'm looking at how the body's aligned, and then I'll use the eyes to be able to help move the head.
Okay.
Same in the squat as well, right? You can have their eyes focus in different places to help them be in a better position to be able to pack the neck. The biggest thing on these is kind of like packing the neck, is getting that neck packed, back.
How would you cue that?
That's a tough one, right? Because you can say, look, if you sucked a cock, how would you pull your head back, right? But I've tried everything from, like Nerf balls, putting in here, coming down, and then pulling back that way, just to kind of get a feel for that. But once they do it, and you see them do that they understand the mechanics, then they can reinforce that when they're in bed and their head's on the pillow.
Yeah.
Drive your head back into the pillow.
Yeah.
Then they have more repetitions to kind of reinforce that.
Okay. I'd asked you this the last time, but I want to ask you again. Best books. Let's say a book on, I want to start a business on fitness, but then a book on training.
God, there's so much information now that I still 100% believe in reading books, because I'll listen to a lot of audiobooks, but then if I like the audiobook, I'll go back and read it because I don't retain it as well.
Yeah.
If it's an audio form. If it's a business, I think that I used to kind of default and just say the E-Myth, because it's about creating systems and so forth. But technology has advanced so much that a lot of the systems that you'd want to create are built in softwares that you're going to be able to use to run your business. Right. So I don't really default in there. Where I'm going to probably push people more is just basic finance and accounting, they need to fucking understand their numbers. You know, that's the biggest issue that I see is and I guess they can use GPTs now, you know, to be able to help with that as, you know, as well. But I mean, they need to understand, you know, gross profit margin, net profit margin, lifetime value of a customer. With the lifetime value, that's not enough because there's CAC, which is, you know, the lifetime profit, you know, of that, because you can know the lifetime value, which will help with marketing spend and how much you can put into that. But that's what's calculated for ROI. Right. But if that's all that you're looking at and you're not looking at the net profit, you can go out of business because you're going to keep driving whatever that marketing spend is, but you don't have the CAC being associated with that. And then you end up fucked.
Yeah.
Right?
You spend too much money on something that, oh, well, the lifetime value of this, but you're spending way more to acquire them.
Yes. But most don't even just understand the basics of a profit and loss statement. And when you start, there's not a whole lot of things on there. Right. The expense isn't going to have 50 things on there. Yeah. Right. It might have 5. Right.
Yeah. So, and then all of a sudden you're overwhelmed and you don't even want to look at it.
Exactly. Yeah. Then exactly. Well, then you can probably consolidate some of those into the same category or whatever it's going to be. But understanding that, and then once you can then alongside of that, so anything accounting wise, because as soon as you have a pretty good grasp of that, you can start to get a grasp of how to build indicators for your business to determine where you're at and then what's having impact and what's not, you know, if it's just a basic spreadsheet, because the number of analytics we're all exposed to is fucking through the roof. Yeah. Look at any social media platform. You got a dozen analytics per platform, right?
You get overwhelmed. You value the wrong ones.
Yes. You know, so the way that I've always gone about that mess there is, you know, say if it's content, you know, we have a content indicator sheet and each platform's on there. So when we started, each platform had every indicator, which is a pain in the ass to fucking fill out every month to be able to know what it is. But over time, you'll just with the training, right? Over time, you're going to see these certain ones have more influence. At least these are the indicators. Yeah. Where if this one's off, then I know to go on the platform to see and look at something else. This one's off, right? Yep. So it's a process of the indicators might be overwhelming at first, but then you'll end up narrowing them down just to be able to see, because you're trying to track multiple platforms at the same period of time. And then you got to have a way to determine, you know, what's the revenue from that platform. This is all the same with fucking max effort lift, accessory lifts, volume, all those other things all play into all this, but it has to be reduced down to the things that matter the absolute most, right? But if all you track is that revenue generated per platform, right? And it's down. Why the fuck you don't know why it's down?
Then you go into the nuance.
Yeah, but you should have the nuance kind of tracked before to be able to know, you know, what that really is. Otherwise, you're going to spend too much time, you know, or money, you know, on something that's not efficient, or you miss the opportunity to double down on something that is efficient. Yeah. And all this it just gets pulled back into key indicators and analytics, and then the financial aspect, you know. So, and with that in mind, I would say the same thing plays into training, right? So if it's basic books on training, anything that's just the most basic periodization shit you can find, I would start with that, you know, and kind of build from there. I mean, I always kind of want to say super training, science and practice of strength training and all this other stuff, but that's so beyond the realm of what most people can understand, that if they just start with, I don't even know if it's still around, like Bill Kramer and wrote a book on periodization many, many years ago. It's it's just a Western method.
And it was like him with Fleck, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's in designing the resistance training programs by Fleck is another good one. Yeah. I really, really like, and if you can find it, Bumpa had that blue book, Periodization of Strength. Yeah. That was probably for me one of the best ones, because it kind of took each one of those blocks and then broke it down into indicators that represent those blocks. And it's, interestingly enough, it was kind of written for bodybuilding. Yeah. Right. But it was basic enough to say, wow, this is a really fucking easy way to explain this.
And that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Don't you think when you were talking about steroids and laying out that year of like, well, this is how a year could be laid out, I was sitting there thinking, like, imagine if somebody would have talked to you about accounting and marketing in that year perspective when you were 21 or 22. And it's like, how do you,
even that's too long anymore though, right? So
fair.
It's more quarters, where when I did first have a business consultant that was helping me, which was E-Myth oriented, we were developing 4-year plans, you know, and values and indicators and all this other kind of stuff, you know, from the very beginning. But I learned, you know, quickly over time that 4 years is way too long.
Yeah.
You can be dead in 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, a year, you know, is, especially in certain climate, like now is a very chaotic
touchy,
climate, very touchy climate. You know, for many companies, the last couple of years have been a very touchy climate. So you can't, you know, it's almost to the point where you really, it needs to be a weekly thing, not a quarterly, or definitely monthly for sure, but not quarterly, because you wait too long and you're too deep.
Yeah, you wait too long and you're totally out of it.
Yes.
You've missed reads and opportunities probably.
Yes. Then the other business advice I like to put out there to everybody is, as soon as you can establish a credit line, get it.
Yeah.
Right. Don't use it, you know, but fucking have it.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's your savior. Right. Where there are a lot of businesses that will operate just on credit lines. I am not comfortable doing that. Right. But my credit line has saved my ass multiple times, you know, so you pull on it and then you pay it off as soon as you possibly can. But imagine you don't have that.
Yeah.
Right. So then now you're in the red, your cash flow is dropping. You have no option at that point, but then to go try to find an investor that you're going to get the bad end of the deal on.
Yep.
Because you're desperate. They know you're desperate. Right. To where, you know, and even if it starts at, and not a credit card, but even if it starts like $5,000 or whatever it is, get it.
Do you see, is there anything in your personal finance that you see similar to a line of credit?
What do you mean?
I'm just thinking like, almost like, I feel like that way with real estate to a point. Like if you can almost use your real estate to leverage.
You can. I would rather not. Right. Because now that's your own personal assets.
I'm not saying do it with the business.
Yeah.
On a separate side, maybe it wouldn't just be.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. You know, you have some kind of reserve.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a fucking 32% credit card. You know, that you're going to be able to leverage if needed to be able to get you through hard times. And in business, hard times are guaranteed.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think with all the social media shit, you know, it's all fame, glory, and all this other kind of stuff. That's not reality.
Yeah.
That's why I went back to that profit margin thing, where people will be astounded to know how many companies operate in net profit margins of 2%, 3%, 4%.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's not what people think it is. Grocery stores operate even lower than that.
Yeah.
You know, imagine trying to operate on, you know, 0.1% margin and having everything be able to go through there. And there may be months that you have to be able to do that.
That just shows how much more precise you have to be with cost.
Yes.
With being aware of it on such a consistent basis.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Okay. That works, guys. We are, how can people find you?
Yeah. They can find us find me at garagestrength.com. And then my strength training app is peakstrength.app. They can find me on Instagram at GhostfaceDMiller, where I'm trying to do a better job of posting more of my brain and what I'm thinking in the moment, and that's all me. And we're starting to carry that over to Garage Strength. So on at Garage Strength on Instagram, and then our YouTube channel is Garage Strength.
Very good. Thank you for coming on again. It's been great. We're done.
Peace.